Chapter 842. The mountains rose and fell, 1,000 peaks towering, forming a Xiantian 8 trigrams. It was engraved on the ground, extremely grand. Stone mountains dominated the area. Occasionally, ancient trees would take root between the rocky peaks, making the place even more verdant. The fragrance of 1 or 2 orchids filled the valley, making it extremely tranquil. The group ventured several dozen kilometers in, but none of them dared to be careless. Master Godly Diviner could be considered a genius of his generation, and the place he lived in seclusion was very strange. If they entered the strange door by mistake, they might get lost. The mysteries of heaven were unclear and everything was in chaos. This was the result of the old blind man's divination with the tortoiseshell several times. He couldn't tell what was going on, and it was like a place where heaven and earth had yet to be created. The tomb robber didn't come. Otherwise, I would have let him dig the robber's hole. With my guidance, the journey would be smooth, the Black Emperor said. After advancing for more than 100 li, the fog began to rise. Moreover, it was extremely dense, and no one could be seen within a few meters. It was extremely strange. The mountain was completely silent, without the slightest sound. Amongst them, Yi Fan was not the only one who had cultivated the heavenly eye. The Black Emperor's third vertical eye could also see hundreds of miles away, but at this moment, he could not see through it. The gray mist rose very strangely, as if it had arrived at the Yellow Springs Road, approaching the 9 underworlds step by step, about to push open a forbidden door. Why do I feel like he's digging his own grave? Step by step towards the underworld, Li Tian said. Yes, it's like we've stepped onto a path of no return. We're about to open the gates of hell. Yan Yishi also had this misconception. There was no path in front of them. A door appeared, waiting for them to push it open. Everyone's pores were filled with cold air, and their bodies were shivering. A door really appeared? Blind old man's heart sank. He tried divination again, but it was to no avail. This is an ancient formation that conceals the mysteries of heaven, the large black dog said. He bared his teeth, feeling like he had met his match, and began to carefully study the formation. Open up your goddess furnace. The human race's great sage's weapon can isolate heaven's mysteries. The blind old man was unconvinced. He had Yan Yishi take out the furnace and start a divination. The saint furnace was simple and natural, but as soon as it was activated, it began to sparkle and translucent, transforming from the mundane to the beautiful. The tortoiseshell fell down. Crackling sounds rang out as the divination finally appeared. The road ahead is a great omen. Old Blind frowned. He's not simple. This person is proficient in formation patterns and ancient techniques. He'll be a good opponent, the large black dog said. His expression became serious. It isn't as simple as the formation patterns. He can indeed calculate, already knowing that we have arrived. The old blind man said. From ancient to modern times, there were many formation patterns, but those who obtained their essence were too few. Divine Diviner was, without a doubt, an exceptional individual who had reached perfection. He could change heaven and earth. I've met my match. The large black dog bared his teeth and forcefully smashed open the door in front of him. It was as if he had opened the door to the netherworld. All sorts of cries and wails traveled over from the front. Everything is fake. Don't worry, everyone. Watch how I break it. The large black dog threw in all kinds of formation flags, as well as phoenix soil, star stones, and other necessary materials to breach the formation. After waiting for a long time, the door disappeared, revealing a vast expanse in front of them. Even the mist had thinned, revealing a stone forest. There is no formation that cannot be broken, the Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. Be careful. He can divine the mysteries of heaven, so he knows more than this. Yi Fan reminded him, warning him not to get carried away. The large black dog walked in arrogantly. He raised his head and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of this. They all looked at each other. Was this dog reliable? With his behavior, there shouldn't be any problems if he followed them in, right? Woof, woof, woof. In just an instant, The large black dog's black fur stood on end. As if he had been struck by lightning, he fled. F***ck. Woof! It's haunted. The large black dog fled for his life. His bald tail was raised very high. If he hung a flag on it, it would become a flagpole. Clatter, clatter. The iron chains rattled violently, and an old woman with disheveled hair rushed out from the depths of the stone forest. Her 4 limbs had been pierced by the chains, and she chased after the Black Emperor. Her white hair danced in the wind, and her expression was sinister. Howl! The Black Emperor howled in pain. His bald tail had been grabbed and bitten by the old woman, and all the fur on his body stood on end. Boom! Upon seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly took action. He activated the diamond chakram, and it transformed into the size of a millstone. It shone with a bright silver light, and it smashed into the old woman's body. Clatter, clatter. The iron chains rattled incessantly, and the old woman was sent flying. She crashed into the depths of the stone forest, but her body did not break into 2. Instead, she let out a low roar. The Black Emperor was so frightened that he fled for his life. The black fur on his body stood on end, and he said, "That scared me to death. Why did she suddenly appear?" They were all speechless. This bastard had definitely asked for this. Just then, he had been full of confidence and boasting shamelessly. But in the end, he was chased out with his butt in his hands. F***ck. I was bitten by a person. After the Black Emperor calmed down a little, he immediately stomped his feet in exasperation and said, "How many tens of thousands of years has it been? No one has ever dared to bite me." This was indeed true. Normally, he was the one who had bitten people. Even when Yi Fan had first met him, he had been bitten by dogs many times. There had been a time when his resentment had reached the heavens. Bite me again. F***ck. I was bitten by a ghost. Could it be that I would go bite a ghost? The Black Emperor was rather indignant and then said, "Our profession is not suitable. We should have called that grave robber over. This is his field of expertise." Li Tian mumbled, "Why did I hear that it was just treat it as if you were bitten by a dog? Could it be that you would still bite a dog? That should be the case." "What do you mean?" The large black dog bared his teeth and gave Li Tian a bite. F***ck. Why did you bite me? That old woman is waiting for you to bite her. Stop messing around. We have fallen into the godly diviner's trap. How is this a stone forest? This is an underground cave, the blind old man said. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he carefully observed with his heavenly eye. He then sucked in a breath of cold air. The formation patterns were actually so miraculous that even the heavenly eye could be deceived. This was definitely a peerless divine formation. Unknowingly, they had entered the underground world. This was an incomparably eerie cave, and there was a stone room ahead. An old woman was chained up like a malicious spirit, and she was continuously struggling, wanting to rush over. I was tricked. It was true that we broke through the formation just now, but the main thing was that we were teleported underground after taking a step, and the surrounding illusions confused us, the Black Emperor said. This is an ancient corpse. It was incredibly powerful when it was alive, but it turned into a ghost soldier and was imprisoned here. This mountain region is truly not simple, the blind old man said. The teleportation formation is in the old woman's stone room, and that is the only way out of the ancient formation. We must kill her in order to escape from this underground world, the Black Emperor said. Leave it to me, Yenishi said. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and with a light shake, the ancient great sage's weapon slowly awakened. Then a wisp of fiery light shot out. Boom! This old woman was a king tier who had reached the advanced level when she was alive, and after turning into a ghost soldier, her physical body had become shockingly tough. However, under the power of the goddess furnace, she was instantly turned into dust. When they returned to the surface again, it was still covered in thick mist, and the sky couldn't be seen at all. It was as if they had arrived in the underworld. I will focus 120% of my attention. This time, there won't be any mistakes, the Black Emperor said. They weren't worried. After all, with the goddess furnace in their hands, the weapon that eternal universe heavenly emperor helped the path of carnal desire ancestor refine. Even if it wasn't the strongest under emperor weapons, it wasn't too far off. Not simple. Chaotic energy curls about, and this place is about to become a primitive land. The blind old man said. This is the place where the dragon veins converge. Yifan's heart moved, and he said, "Let me lead the way." After speaking, he walked forward. Origin heavenly Tao patterns flickered beneath his feet, and the great earth was actually changing positions, continuously shifting. All types of formation patterns were broken down. The Black Emperor was dumbstruck, and he said, "Brat, not bad, you can actually break through the divine formation like this. You must lend me the Origin Heavenly Book to take a look." "Have you reached the level of the Yuan Taoist master?" The blind old man asked in shock. "There's still a long way to go, and even reaching that level isn't the end. I've seen Ancestor Zhang Lin's origin techniques, and they definitely surpass the Yuan Taoist masters. At that level, origin techniques have already become Tao laws and can be compared to saints." At this moment, Yifan transformed into mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. The mountains rumbled and continuously shifted, forming a large path. The scene was astonishing. Only at the very end did he stop, not daring to act rashly. The formation patterns in front of him were too profound, and he still wasn't the Yuan Taoist master, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Heavens, this is a corner of the formation patterns of a great emperor. Godly diviner actually knows so much. The Black Emperor was astonished. He thought hard for a long time before making his move. The large black dog was determined this time, and directly carved out a corner of the Wuxia killing formation. He attacked with great force, wanting to break through this densely packed formation patterns. Within this mountain range, the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out, and a boundless killing intent rose up, sweeping through the 9 heavens. This is going to be difficult. This old bastard really knows a lot. He's using all kinds of famous formations from ancient and modern times to bring out the full potential of the great emperor's formation patterns. The large black dog stood up in a pair of large flowery underpants. He crossed his chest with one paw and stroked his chin with the other as he pondered for a long time. Boom! However, right at this moment, the ancient formation patterns in front of him suddenly disappeared. The 2 mountains moved apart, and a large path appeared. Moreover, all of the mist in the mountains disappeared. Huh? He's given up on defense? Could it be that he's admitting defeat? The Black Emperor was extremely surprised, and he was afraid that there was a trap. At the end of the path, a pair of children walked over timidly and said in a soft and meek voice, "Don't attack anymore. Ancestor invites you in." This was a boy and a girl, both of them around 11 or 12 years old. They wore Taoist robes, and their lips were red and teeth white. They were extremely beautiful, and there was a type of innate spiritual qi about them. They didn't seem like mortals, but rather like Taoist children of the celestial realm. These 2 people. The old blind man immediately paled, and he almost pounced over to hug the 2 children, scaring the pair of Taoist children so much that they immediately retreated in fear. "What's wrong?" Yifan asked. "These are a pair of spiritual children, and they were born to deduce the mysteries of heaven. It's a rare sight that only appears once in thousands of generations. These 2 children live together, and even if they reveal the mysteries of heaven, they still have a way to resist the tribulation," the old blind man said excitedly. This pair of boy and girl were beautiful and tender, and they looked like a pair of brother and sister. Because the corners of their eyes and the tips of their brows were very similar, they both took a few steps back when they heard this, feeling a bit scared. "Ancestor invites you in," they spoke softly. Divine diviner really isn't simple. He could even find spiritual children of this level. Truly heaven-defying. The old blind man sighed in admiration. There weren't any majestic palaces ahead, and even more so, there weren't any vast caves. This was a peaceful, pure land, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Flowing springs, flying waterfalls, verdant wisteria, little bridges, and small pavilions. It was as if they had returned to nature. In the depths of a bamboo forest, there were a few thatched cottages. It was as if they had returned to their natural state, and it was as if they were in an otherworldly paradise. In front of the thatched cottage, there was an old Taoist with white hair and a beard. He sat on a prayer mat, and when he saw them, he stood up and said, "Esteemed guests, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you earlier." This was definitely an extraordinary person of his generation. There was a kind of celestial aura about him, and he was untainted by the mortal world. It was as if he didn't belong to this mortal world. They had originally come here to denounce him, but at this moment, they were all strangely calm. Divine Diviner invited them to sit down and said, "I know why you've come." "Of course you know," the large black dog said. "Your bloodline has schemed against us in every possible way, and today, the day of reckoning has come." The old Taoist sighed and said, "The person you're looking for is the father of these two children. He's already passed away 2 years ago." Tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the beautiful brother and sister behind him, and they used their loose Taoist robes to wipe away their tears. They appeared very weak and pitiful. Years ago, one of Divine Diviner's disciples had made countless divinations about Yi Fan, and if Pang Bo hadn't returned the god-striking whip to him in time to conceal his aura, he would have been captured by the people of the Yin Yang sect. Who are you trying to fool? How could there be such a coincidence? The Black Emperor didn't believe him. "I won't lie," Divine Diviner said dejectedly. "There are some things in this world that cannot be divined, and there are some mysteries of heaven that cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer the wrath of heaven." The blind old man nodded. He was a person in this field, so he was naturally well aware of the various taboos involved. "I'm also about to suffer a tribulation soon. Most likely, after you leave, a great calamity will descend upon this place. I've been cautious my entire life, but in the end, I've still revealed some heavenly secrets and said things that I shouldn't have said. As such, I'm about to face a tribulation. These two children can pass on my mantle, and you can take them with you. Please treat them well." Yi Fan and the others stared blankly. They had never imagined that they would hear Divine Diviner's final words. It was completely different from their original intentions. As of this moment, they felt a bit of reverence in their hearts. This was definitely a genius of a generation. Ignoring the level of his cultivation base, just his ability to divinate the mysteries of heaven was enough to shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. "Ancestral Master, don't leave us behind. Father is already gone." "Woo!" The two children began to wail. Of the dozen or so disciples that Divine Diviner had taught, almost none of them had a good ending. Only 2 or 3 of them were still alive, but they were all in dire straits. "It was my fault," Divine Diviner said. "I only took a fancy to their talent, but didn't pay attention to their temperaments. None of them were the type of people who could control themselves. They divined the mysteries of heaven, but couldn't keep it a secret. Once word got out, disaster descended upon them." Divine Diviner seemed transcendent, and as tears rolled down his face, it was a strange sight to behold. The father of these 2 children was his youngest disciple, a man with incredible talent and aptitude. Because he had received a great favor from the Yin Yang sect, he had divined everything about Yi Fan over 10 years ago, and had helped them. Divining a person shouldn't lead to the wrath of the heavens, right? Why did he die just like that? "Divining a person isn't a problem," Master God Diviner said with a sigh. "He divined a forbidden area and met with a calamity. The patriarch of King Yuan's bloodline in the northern domain was just 1 step away from becoming the 6th Yuan Taoist master in history. But then, something bad happened to him in his later years. 2 years ago, in the middle of the night, all kinds of wailing and ghostly cries resounded in their family. That ancestor disappeared, and my father was asked to help with the divination. In the end, in the middle of the night, sob, the 2 children cried as they spoke, 'Yuan Taoist Master.'" Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was a curse that was very difficult to break. After all these years, someone who had been just 1 step away from reaching that level had met with a calamity in his later years. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. In this world, There are some things that you can't say irresponsibly, Master God Diviner said sadly. Has your disciple divined all of the secrets of the Yuan Taoist master's later years? What other mysteries of heaven did you reveal that led to a calamity? All of them were very anxious. I couldn't stand the loneliness, Master God Diviner said. I divined the secrets of the primeval emperor, and that caused a calamity. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, an enormous bolt of lightning descended from the sky, destroying the thatched cottage and leaving behind a terrifying, bottomless black hole. The two children were so frightened that they began to cry, trembling like frightened deer. They hugged each other, looking very pitiful. See, my great calamity is coming, and I'll face it at any moment. Master God Diviner chuckled, as if he could see through everything in the world, and then looked up into the boundless sky. Chapter 843. The few of them felt their hair stand on end as they stared at the gigantic hole in the ground. They then glanced at each other in dismay. This was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, strange and mysterious. The thatched cottage had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave that led deep underground. Master Godly Diviner had long since seen through life and death. He looked up at the boundless sky, where countless secrets were hidden. He let out a long sigh. He was finally going to be free and end everything. The ancient emperors had long since died, and there was ample evidence in the world. However, the cultivation realms and domains they had set foot in were filled with countless secrets, hidden by the heavens. Just now, Master Godly Diviner had only mentioned it briefly and hadn't divulged any heavenly secrets. Yet there were already such terrifying consequences. Yi Fan thought of the heavenly tribulation, the palaces that resembled ancient heaven, as well as the human-shaped lightning. Truly made one's imagination run wild. Ancestor, don't leave us behind. The two children stood beside Master Godly Diviner, shaking his arms. Their faces were filled with terror. The two of you are spiritual children born together, one male and one female, one yang and one yin. You can help each other reduce calamities. In the future, as long as you don't step into the forbidden heavenly secrets, you won't encounter any calamities. Master Godly Diviner was extremely benevolent as he stroked the two children's heads. He knew that he didn't have long to live and that it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. He told Yi Fan and the others to treat the two spiritual children well, saying that they would be of great benefit to them in the future. If news of Master Godly Diviner entrusting his two children to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was unknown how many great powers would fight to the death over them. These two spiritual children would become deities in the future, capable of divining the mysteries of heaven. The blind old man's heart trembled. Master Godly Diviner had entrusted the two spiritual children to them, so he must have divined something. You want to ask someone, right? This is just a small path and can't be considered divulging the mysteries of heaven. Let me help you with divination. Master Godly Diviner closed his eyes. When he heard the names of Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yi, and the others, he began to make divinations. Pang Bo was in the immortal realm and was experiencing all sorts of illusionary tribulations. If he passed through it, there would be a great opportunity. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Dongfang Ye's body had been tempered in purgatory. If he took a step back, he would die. If he passed 100 trials, he would survive. If he wanted to survive, he would need an iron heart and willpower. This left everyone stupefied. One was in the immortal realm while the other was in the purgatory realm. This really was extreme. However, they were both suffering a tribulation, needing to make it through in order to survive. Tu Fei was dead. He would be dead for several thousand years. It would be hard for him to meet his old friends in the future. Hearing this news, everyone's heart sank. The saddest thing in the world was to be separated by life and death. Lu Ko was dead, and it would be difficult for him to appear in this world again. This made everyone feel a wave of sadness, as they were powerless to change anything. When he tried to divine little Nan Nan, Master Godly Diviner couldn't divine anything. She had no past, no future. Her life was a complete mess. Master God Diviner was known for his ability to divine all things in the world, but right now he was completely helpless. There was no way he could understand the cause and effect, and he began to sweat. This person cannot be counted. Then his expression immediately changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, drenching his Taoist robe. He quickly cut off heaven's mysteries as if he was avoiding a ghost snake. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan were still alive. They were trapped in a cage, and they would meet again in the future. This made everyone sigh in relief. Taoist priest, can you help me divine when I will become an emperor? The large black dog's skin was extremely thick, and he asked for a divination. When I meet an immortal, Master Godly Diviner smiled. What do you mean? If I meet an immortal, what use is there for me to become an emperor? The large black dog was furious. There were no immortals in this world. This was clearly saying that he couldn't prove his Tao. How many wives and concubines will I have in the future? If there are too many, I won't be able to manage them all, Li Tian asked with a fervent expression. One person will be enough, Master Godly Diviner said. What? Aren't you trying to trick me? You can't make irresponsible remarks. Are you saying that I only have one wife? Or that I alone will be enough? Li Tian was anxious. Senior, I just want to ask you, can I return to my hometown? Yifan asked solemnly. Yes. Master Godly Diviner nodded and gave an affirmative answer. However, after thinking about it carefully, he hesitated. Senior, what do you want to say? Yifan asked. Some things could often be predicted, but the ending could not be predicted. He was afraid that some unforeseen events would occur. It won't be too long, Master Godly Diviner said. He could only give a rough prediction. Otherwise, if he revealed the details of the future, it would be equivalent to revealing the secrets of heaven. Finally, it was time for them to part. The pair of brother and sister wept bitterly, unwilling to part with Master Godly Diviner, and clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go. Fate has come to an end, Master Godly Diviner said softly, like a leaf that will eventually wither. If there is reincarnation, we will meet again after thousands of lifetimes, Master Godly Diviner said softly, and then branded the heaven-stealing technique into their immortal platforms. In the end, Yifan and the others carried the two children away, bowed to Master Godly Diviner, and left the mountain range. Boom! Not long after they left, a bolt of lightning struck down, connecting the heavens and the earth, inundating the entire area. What? Is that still lightning? They were all dumbfounded. There was only a single bolt of lightning, yet it was thicker than dozens of mountains combined. It stretched from the heavens all the way to the earth, and it didn't dissipate. One-line lightning. The old blind man's expression was grave as he gazed into the distance. The people of this domain all wanted to grasp that one, but it was impossible. Perhaps it could be seen before one's death, and all mysteries would be revealed. They knew that without a miracle, there was no way Master Godly Diviner could defy the heavens. It would be difficult for him to survive. For the sake of leaving behind a glimmer of hope for the two children, they resolutely crossed the void and left, not looking back again. Grandpa ancestor. The two children wept heart-splitting, lung-splitting. They reached out their little hands to grab backwards, but they couldn't grab onto anything. They didn't immediately return to Heavenly Village, but instead wandered about many places in Central Continent, wanting to calm the two spiritual children down. In the end, they crossed over, returning to the northern region. This was an oasis, plants flourishing and full of life. More than 10 years ago, Zhang Wuye and the others moved their stone stronghold here. Now, the people in the stone stronghold lived rich lives, no longer as laborious as in the past. Everything was peaceful and auspicious. Several months ago, they agreed to meet here. Li Heishui had already arrived, dragged along by Zhang Wuye to drink heartily. After not seeing him for many years, the old man had clearly aged quite a bit. When Yifan and the others arrived, the stone stronghold became noisy. Many villagers surrounded them, and there were people everywhere in front of the bonfire at night. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air. as lively as if they were celebrating a new year. Yi Fan took out a drop of the immortal true dragon herb. He didn't feel that it was a pity to extend the life of a mortal like Zhang Wuya. He was grateful to the Zhang bloodline. Without their source heavenly book, he wouldn't have what he had today. The ones who changed the most in the stone stronghold were Wang Shu and Dumbo, as well as the people in charge of the mines order that Yi Fan had appointed in the past. They had dual pupils, their foreheads shone, and their blood became pure silver. Their cultivation advanced so quickly, the Black Emperor was quite shocked. Back then, when he discovered the two's changes, he taught them the Tao of cultivation. Now, these two were self-taught, already becoming cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. Their speed of improvement left one speechless. They definitely couldn't compare to the people in front of them, but one had to know that they had come from nothing. They had no one to guide them and had fumbled around on their own. Uncrowned Emperor. On this night, the monkey also rushed over. After seeing the two's silver blood and various special characteristics, he was shocked. He grabbed them forcefully and began to question them in detail. The Yuan Taoist master had brought back two infants in his later years. They weren't humans at all, and their bloodlines had been sealed by him using heaven-defying methods. These were the ancestors of Wang Shu, and Lei Bo Yifan had heard Zhang Wuya mention this before, and now he asked him to explain it in detail again. The monkey didn't speak for a long time after listening. During the archaic era, powerful clans stood in great numbers. It was unknown how many times they rose and fell. They were used to seeing the tragedies of great clans that ruled over the world being annihilated in a single night. Among them, there was one clan that had experienced ups and downs. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, they had ruled over the world several times and were known as the uncrowned emperor. Their population was small, and their blood was pure silver. They possessed terrifying talents, and once they grew up, they would become terrifying and powerful. Although they weren't emperors, the great sage was endless. Even the imperial clan didn't dare to provoke them. Unfortunately, they provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked in the archaic era. It was rumored that they wanted to enter the immortal mausoleum, but in the end, their entire clan was buried. Such a great background? Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. The Yuan Taoist master traveled everywhere. After the ominous event happened in his later years, his actions became even stranger. He entered the immortal mausoleum, charged into the ruins of God, and saw soldiers passing by. It wasn't strange for him to bring back two silver-blooded infants. The Yuan Taoist master indeed has unfathomable methods. He found the uncrowned emperor clan that should have been extinct long ago. It's really shocking. The monkey's eyes lit up as he looked at the people surnamed Lei and Wang in the stone stronghold. Then he sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that their bloodline is too thin. They can't be compared to the silver bloodline of the past. Otherwise, they would be a great emperor clan in name only." However, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lei Bo and Dumbo. They broke through the bloodline seal and forcefully broke the shackles. This is a sign of atavism. It means that their bloodline is as powerful as their ancestors. They are the pure-blooded descendants of the uncrowned emperor clan. The people of the stone stronghold are all treasures. Even if their bloodline is thin, they can still break the seal and grow into powerhouses. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. Of course, he couldn't tell these villagers. Only Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo knew the truth. When they returned to the heavenly village, Qi Luo was so happy that his single eye was almost closed into a slit. Then he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who can compete with the celestial court for the fortune of heaven and earth in the future? He stared at the two spiritual children, Little Tong and Little K-Er, and then he grabbed the two silver-blooded people. Even without Yi Fan in the future, as long as Tong, Little K-Er, and the two spiritual children could grow up, they would be invincible in the world. With a physique that was exactly the same as the Holy Emperor of Sun, coupled with Little K-Er's graceful demeanor of killing all the kings, and the two spiritual children who could deduce the mysteries of heaven and seek fortune and avoid calamity, who could stand against them? Of course, if they could keep the son of the Emperor of fighting and ensure that nothing happened to the sacred body of the ancients, then they would be even more invincible. In the future, they wouldn't even have to fear the kings of the ancient times. Tong is a sign of atavism, just like the holy emperor of Sun's physique. I heard that you have a younger sister who has a Taiyin physique. In order to find you, she has been in seclusion in the Jiang family. Now that you're back, you can go and ask her to come out. If it's possible, invite her to stay with us for a few days, Qi Luo said. No matter how one looked at it, he sounded a little treacherous, making people want to slap him. You're trying to capture all the strongest physiques in the world in one fell swoop, aren't you? Yi Fan grumbled. Of course. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to be the best in the world. I'm not going to recreate the ancient dynasty of killers, but the real legendary celestial court. Chapter 844. Early in the morning sun shone brilliantly, shining down and breaking through the mist, making one's heart light up as well. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a short mountain, continuously breathing in and out. White innate spiritual essence flowed in and out of his mouth and nose like a dragon, rumbling like thunder. Not far away, a few children were also seriously cultivating, swinging their fists and kicking their legs. They were extremely serious. Tong Tong was only 5 years old, but he was Yi Fan's first disciple. After escaping from the hands of demon Li Tian, he was especially serious. He faced the morning sun and practiced his fists methodically. His entire body was glowing, as if he could resonate with the sun. Gu Fei and Gu Lin, this pair of siblings, were only 11 years old. They were also very talented, and they were also very serious. They had already adapted to the life in the heavenly village. As for the last one, Tiny Dot, he was purely a child. Little K-er was only a little over 1 year old. She held a pacifier in her mouth, hobbling as she walked. Her little hands moved about randomly as she cried out, "Heh! Heh! Heh!" Her childish voice was really funny. They were the future hope of the celestial court. Even if the others had all fallen and only these 4 little things were left, perhaps they could still support a flourishing godly dynasty and rule over the world. Woof, woof, woof. On the other side, the Black Emperor stuck out his bright red tongue and opened his bloody mouth. He was like a 10,000-year-old demon that had come into being, madly running, chasing after Wang Shu and Dumbo. To put it nicely, it was a special hellish training to force out the true potential of the silver-blooded imperial family. If they fell behind, they would be beaten. His mouth full of cold dog teeth could definitely tear their bodies apart. Too weak. How can they be called uncrowned emperors like this? The two of you carry that mountain and run. The large black dog shouted. His special training was really very ruthless, squeezing out their potential with all his might. He made the two of them carry a stone mountain to walk, eat, and sleep. Ayo! In the end, Wang Shu and Dumbo's miserable cries didn't even sound like a human's. Just hearing them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Could be imagined how much they had suffered. However, the Black Emperor said that this was the return of their wildness, the recovery of their royal blood, and the awakening of their ancestral power. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. Humph, humph, haha. Little K-er fell to the ground with the pacifier in her mouth. She stayed there and refused to get up. Her large eyes blinked as she watched with great interest as the large black dog chased after the two pitiful fellows. The other 3 children were painstakingly cultivating. Essence energy flowed in and out of every pore of their bodies, making them sparkling and translucent. This was a very loving scene that made people feel full of vitality. It's good to be young. Qi Luo sighed. He squinted his single eye and had an envious look on his face. He was lying on an ancient pine tree that extended out of the cliff, facing the morning glow. He grabbed a purple gold gourd and poured wine into his mouth. He was very satisfied and satisfied. Yi Fan passed on the Xing formula to him. This old man was getting more and more mysterious. If the celestial court wanted to rise, it needed him to become a saint. Otherwise, how could it fight against the killing saints of hell and the human world? On the other side, Yan Ishi was playing chess with an old man from the heavenly village. They had been playing for 3 days and 3 nights, and they hadn't moved a single step. As for Li Tian, He was both in pain and happiness as he carried out a game of assassination with the young girls from the heavenly village. He had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, but the beauties from the celestial court were each more ruthless and ruthless than the last. The heavenly sword had almost left a bloody hole on his body several times. "Brother Monkey, let's have a spar?" Yifan finished breathing and stood up. The monkey was on the opposite mountain. Under the morning glow, the golden fur on his body was dazzling. When he heard this, he loudly agreed and rushed over like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! Once these two people with physiques that were rarely seen throughout the ages started to fight, it was truly like a comet colliding with the Emperor's star. The children all fell to the ground on their butts. "Son of God! Son of God!" Little Kay cried out while biting on her pacifier, waving her pink little hands. "You two destructive maniacs, don't fight here." Chi Luo forcefully chased them away and teleported them far away. The celestial court had just been built, and it was becoming more and more prosperous with each passing day. This kind of atmosphere made people happy. There was endless hope in front of them, and once they rose up in the future, even the sky wouldn't be able to cover them. "This place of yours is truly desolate." Half a month later, Ji Ziyue came with a large pile of information, all of which were related to hell and the human world. These were all top-secret documents that were stolen from the Ji family scripture pavilion. There were many secrets that were not known to others, and they were exceptionally valuable. "The family head is going to retire soon, and now he wants to support my brother to become the Ji family head, so he can't casually come out." Ji Ziyue's words caused Yifan, Li Heishui, and the others to be a little stunned. "You guys are too uninformed." Ji Ziyue teased little Kay, while revealing some earth-shattering news. The Alcade Sacred Leader had half-abdicated and started to delegate power to the Alcade Sacred Son. In a few years, he would officially rule the Alcade Sacred Leader. The water flows east. The curtains of the older generation are about to fall, and a great era of kings has finally arrived. Yifan sighed. Once upon a time, he needed to look up to the sacred leaders, and now the younger generation had also risen to such heights. The Alcade Sacred Son used only one hand to suppress the joint attacks of the sacred children of the past 2,000 years, and easily took the position. The first thing he did was to resonate with the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and he stood in front of the most unimaginable emperor weapon in the world for 9 days and 9 nights. There were too many legends about the birth of the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and it was the most unimaginable miracle in the world. 50,000 years of praying, 50,000 years of kowtowing, and the painstaking efforts of the predecessors still couldn't make it reach the Tao. In that night of thunder and lightning, no one knew what happened. It became an emperor weapon in a single night. The mystery of the ages remained unsolved. The most unimaginable weapon was not weaker than any ancient imperial weapon or great emperor weapon, and it even had a unique advantage. Time flies. The Alcade Sacred Son is about to become the ruler of the generation. He will control the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and from then on, he will look down on the world. Li Heishui sighed. Not long after, news came from Middle Ground that the Xia imperial prince had ascended to the throne and officially became the ruler of Xia, successfully winning over his brothers. Then, the news that Yao Yuekong had become the ruler of Sky Demon Palace also spread throughout the world. Almost at the same time, news came from the southern mountains that Nan Yao had entered the Demon Imperial Palace and became one of the rulers, officially standing at the peak of power. A few days later, news came from Middle Ground that Middle Emperor had successfully severed the Tao, and on the day of success, a purple sun appeared in the sky, clouds of 9 tribulations descended, and divine milk gushed out from the earth. Once this news came out, the world was shocked. This was the scene of an ancient emperor when he severed the Tao at a young age. Everyone was shocked, and it could even be called a blowout. Another rumor said that a young Buddha from the western desert had cultivated half of the 6 syllables incantation. He walked among the famous mountains and ancient temples, and he had the aura of a Buddha. I'm getting old. The rise of the younger generation makes me feel like the sun is setting in the west. The scenery is still there, but the people are going to die. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed. Over the past few days, Yan Ishi had been playing chess with him. She had learned quite a number of mental Tao laws from him and had benefited greatly. Hee. K-er has to grow up faster. Little K-er sucked on her pacifier and clenched her fists. She could finally speak more clearly. From then on, Ji Ziyue would often come and cross the void happily. Sometimes she would laugh craftily, sometimes she would laugh heartlessly, and sometimes she would laugh until she cried. Ji Haoyue, who was about to become the Divine Lord, came personally and completely flipped out. He wanted to kill Yi Fan, but he was stopped by others. He talked with Yi Fan for a night, and then he pulled Ji Ziyue away. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Diviner predicted that in the near future, he will leave this world and return to the other side of the starry sky. It will be different from the last time. Ji Haoyue said. Yi Fan might not be able to stay in this world for long. He might disappear completely one day, so he didn't want to leave a sad memory for others. "Do you want to leave with him? If you have the determination, I won't object," Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue cried. Her parents, brother, and the people closest to her were all in this world, so how could she leave? From then on, Ji Ziyue would still come often. She would smile brightly, but sometimes she would cry while smiling, which made one's heart ache. Yi Fan would often stroll with her, either facing the morning glow or stepping on the moon and stars. Diviner's prediction made him feel so abrupt, and there was too much reluctance in his heart. The starry sky was too far. Once he set foot on the way back, there was nothing left to talk about. Yi Fan wanted to go more easily and leave more joy for others. He talked about many things of the past, and Ji Ziyue's smile widened after listening to him, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. She said that when she became a saint, she would definitely follow his footsteps to the other side of the starry sky. She smiled and shed tears. She wanted to see what kind of magnificent and incredible world that was. Half a month later, little Tingting, who had been separated for many years, appeared. She came out from the Jiang clan and found her way here. Now she was already a slender and elegant young lady. Extreme Yin body. Qi Luo's eyes widened. He rubbed his hands and walked forward. There was no need to mention the warmth he felt. He was just short of recognizing her as his adopted granddaughter. Sister. Little K-er swayed and hugged her leg, unwilling to let go. Not far away, Tong Tong was also shocked. His blood had returned to its ancestral state and was exactly the same as the Sun Saint Emperor's physique. Now, he felt an indescribable reaction when facing the extreme Yin body. Yi Fan sighed. The little girl from the past had grown up. In the past, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other for survival and were bullied. Little Tingting, who was only a few years old, was very pitiful. She wore old patched clothes and cried constantly, protecting the old man from those bullies. "Brother, you're finally back." Tingting cried loudly and threw herself forward. She truly regarded Yi Fan as her closest family. Yi Fan comforted her with a smile. He ruffled her hair and asked, "Is Uncle Jiang doing well?" Tingting replied that he was fine, but she often talked about him. She really wanted to see him again and drink a few cups of old wine together. She regarded him as her biological grandson who had left home for many years. Yi Fan was absent-minded. Back then, it was Uncle Jiang and little Tingting who made him feel at home for the first time in this world. It was a very warm memory that was worth cherishing forever. "I'll go and visit him," he said with a smile. Extreme Yin body. "Little girl, I only have one good-for-nothing grandson. I really hope to have a granddaughter." Qi Luo ran back and forth and finally revealed his fox's tail. It was obvious that he wanted to pull Tingting into the sect. Now, little Tingting had already grown up and become a woman of peerless beauty. Her cultivation was also extremely high. The extreme Yin body allowed her to cultivate at lightning speed and was already a powerhouse. Yi Fan thought of something and passed the remnant of the ancient extreme Yin scripture to her. Then, he gave her the sparkling and translucent skull of the saint. This was seized from the divine son of extreme Yin. Perhaps it contained the secret of the entire ancient scripture because this saint's resentment had never disappeared. Brother Ife defeated the divine physique of the clan and will become the divine lord soon. Little Tingting's news shocked many people. The divine king physique of the Jiang clan was defeated and Jiang Ife actually became the divine lord. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. Yifan wasn't too surprised. Among the people he knew, there were 3 people that gave him a very special impression. They were Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang Saint Child, and Jiang Ife. They were all very refined and otherworldly. They were all unfathomable and couldn't be seen through with a single glance. Brother Ife told me to remind you to be careful of Hua Yunfei. He is even more terrifying than you imagine. Little Tingting brought this news. When Jiang Ife went out to train, he had once seen Hua Yunfei in a barren mountain. He broke open an ancient saint's tomb and dissolved the remaining part of its origin. For the sake of becoming stronger and keeping a low profile, he entered the ancient tomb and stole the origin left behind by the saint. How terrifying is he now? Li Heishui was astonished. It won't work if it's not him. I hope to meet him, Yifan said. He reminded Qi Luo to operate and develop the celestial court now and treat it as if he had already left. That was because that day might come very suddenly. Chapter 8:45. God Diviner had said that in the near future, Yifan would be able to return to the other side of the starry sky. However, he had no idea how far away that was or how long it would take. Would it be a few months, a few years, or even a few decades? Cultivators could live for hundreds of years. A few years was a short time and a few decades wasn't a long time. But how could he wait that long? He had been here for more than 20 years. How long could his gray-haired parents wait? The saddest thing in life was to lose one's son in old age. In the hearts of the elderly, their children were their only hope. For them to die before them was the greatest blow. Yifan couldn't imagine the grief his parents must have felt when he disappeared from Mount Tai. Thinking of his gray-haired parents murmuring to themselves in their old age, trembling as they caressed his picture, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He had always been afraid that by the time he returned, things would be different. All these years, he had been desperately cultivating, all for the sake of returning. Even if it was just a glance, sitting together and having a reunion meal, it would make the white-haired parents smile like they used to in the past through muddy tears. When he had left, his parents had already aged. Now that more than 20 years had passed, he was afraid that they would be sad, and their health would deteriorate. Or even, every time he thought of this, Yifan's heart would ache, and his eyes would blur. The greatest kindness in the world was the kindness his parents had shown him. In the final moments of their lives, when they missed him the most, he was in a foreign land, unable to return. It was hard to bear. Having lost their only son in their old age, the two of them were in a miserable state of mind. His father's back was no longer straight, and his mother's hair was even whiter. How could they bear it? Other people cultivated to prove their Tao, but Yifan's greatest goal had always been to go back and see his parents again. Longevity, great emperor, immortality. To him, nothing was more important than being able to see his parents again. This was human emotion. A stubborn rock was immortal. So what if it existed forever? It was still cold. What did it know about human emotion? Cold and wooden for all eternity. If he abandoned his parents just to live longer in this world, then what was the point? To be as cold as a rock? To abandon one's true nature? Ever since he came to this world, he had only been quietly working towards his goal. He had never made a vow or said anything. Now that he found out that he might really be able to go back in the near future, he wouldn't give up no matter what because he wasn't a cold and detached stone. He had a filial and pure heart. In order not to make his aged parents cry, in order not to make the white-haired old man sad, in order not to make the two old people wake up from their dreams, even if his body was crushed, he would go back, just so that they would no longer be lonely and sad in their old age. He was also reluctant to part with this world. There were friends who could go through life and death with him, beauties who could topple the world with him, a future that could inspire him to work hard, and a great secret that was worth exploring. Everything was so tempting, but he had no choice but to make a choice. Just like how he could not bear to part with his parents, Jizue could not bear to part with her father, mother, and brother. She could not bear to part with this world and wanted to pursue his footsteps when their fate was over. Even though the Black Emperor had no relatives or friends, he was not willing to leave his own world. He missed Wuxia the Great and was willing to stay in his homeland, even if he could only guard his tomb in the end. Everyone had their own perseverance and hope, because this was the true nature of people. The greatest motivation for Yi Fan's cultivation in this world was to return home and persevere, not to prove his Tao. There wasn't much time left. His parents couldn't wait any longer, but his friends in this world still had a long lifespan. His departure would make his old friends sad, but they could still continue their original path of life. But if he didn't go back, his parents would be sad and desperate, and they would die. Although he struggled and felt helpless, he had to make a choice. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. He was just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. He could not forget the kindness of his parents for raising him. Blood was thicker than water. He would not be narcissistic to think that the world would stop without him. Even without him, his friends would still live on. He was just someone who had yet to sever the Tao. He was not a supreme existence that could suppress the 9 skies and 10 lands. His friends and lovers did not live under his protection. It could even be said that the background of these people was far stronger than his. Victorious fighting Buddha, the great emperor family, the peerless white-robed god king, Qi Luo who was about to become a killing saint, the top bandit of the North region who had successfully become a saint. They were far more powerful than him. Monkey, Jizue, Tingting, Li Heishui, and the others had people who were stronger than him. He had never been their protector. As for Jizue, if they could not be together, he did not know if they could meet again. What could he use to promise her? He might as well give her blessings and let her go further. He would enlighten her. She should have her own dazzling starry sky. Although Yi Fan was sad, he could not cry. He could only do it silently and let these people walk on their original path. They should not change their path because of him. Are you really going back? Li Heishui asked. He sat on the cliff. I am going back. Yi Fan nodded. You have to think it through. More than 20 years have passed. Perhaps things have already changed, and that's not the outcome you want to see, the monkey said as he sat on an ancient tree branch that extended beyond the cliff. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I have to go back. Even if I have to face the cruelest outcome. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Honestly speaking, I understand your feelings. If I have a chance to return to the primordial era, I would rather give up everything and return. Sadly, I don't even have a sliver of hope. Monkey sighed. You have to be mentally prepared. Yan Ishi said. He sat on a huge rock at the side of the cliff. Yi Fan did not hide anything from them. He told them about his past. They could guess some of the things that might have happened during these years. This is my obsession. If I cannot return, I might go crazy one day or even suffer from qi deviation. Yi Fan said. This is human emotion. Li Heishui sighed. Some people spend their entire lives in seclusion for cultivation. Some are trapped by love. Some are stubborn until old age, and some are peaceful until the end of their lives. This is human nature and emotion. They all have their own pursuits and perseverance. They all have their own sustenance, Yi Fan said. The few of them sighed. There was no reason for them to stop him from leaving. The monkey grabbed a purple gold gourd and drank a mouthful of it. He handed it over to the few of them one by one. The gourd contained 1,000-year-old divine wine, and it was obvious that it was stolen from Qi Luo. Goddamn monkey, you stole my wine again. That was my last bottle of 1,000-year-old wine. I will kill you. Qi Luo's heart-wrenching screams came from afar. The few people on the cliff immediately jumped like chickens and dogs, like rabbits leaping and falcons descending, fleeing into the distance. The large black dog was the last to leave. He gulped down the wine gourd on the ground until there was not a drop left. He burped and created a formation platform, passing through the void and leaving. Ah! Qi Luo screamed miserably. He reached the cliff and picked up the wine gourd. He was heartbroken and cursed continuously. Ancestor Kair wants to drink too. A little guy with a pacifier in his mouth shook his trouser leg. It's so fragrant. Tong Tong, Gu Fei, and Gu Lin also sniffed with their perky little noses, their faces full of desire. Let me tell you, this is poison. You are not allowed to touch it in the future, Qi Luo warned. He was really afraid that before he could suppress the big drunkard, a group of small drunkards would grow up again. If that happened, there would not be a single bottle left in his collection. The future of the celestial court was infinitely bright. Anyone could see that as long as these children grew up, as long as people with the extreme physique and the son of the emperor of fighting were roped in, it would become an invincible divine court in the future. The large black dog was especially valued by Qi Luo. He was almost worshipped just so that he could carve the formation patterns of the great emperor Wuxia to protect the mountain gate. However, the Black Emperor currently lacked interest. He always felt that training 2 members of the Silver Blood imperial family would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. He said that he would train 2 Silver Blood emperors, the Heaven-Destroying Prince and Yuan Gu, in the future. Can you guys not look at me like that? It's as if I'm going to leave. Although the godly diviner said that, it might still take a few years, Yifan said. 1 look is 1 less look. Hurry up and take a few more looks, the large black dog said. Damn dog, do you know how to speak? It's not like I'm going to die. Yifan kicked him. The Black Emperor shamelessly walked over and said, In any case, you're going to leave. Just give me the immortal Kirin herb and the myriad energy cauldron. You're really heartless. You're not feeling conflicted because I'm going to leave, but because you're thinking about the things I have. I'll strangle you to death. Yifan strangled his neck. Woof, I'm just afraid that you'll die on the way and lose these celestial treasures. Beat this damn dog. A group of people walked up and beat the Black Emperor together. Waves of dog barks rang out, and the somewhat sorrowful atmosphere was somewhat washed away by this. This time I'm going to leave, and the time is uncertain. I want to kill a group of people before I leave. Who do you have in mind? Yifan asked. Wang Teng, Yuan Gu, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. The mysterious people who ambushed us. We only know that there's a crippled 9 orifices stone golem among them. His identity is unknown. They casually mentioned a few people they wanted to kill, and then they all shook their heads, saying that there was no need for him to do anything. They would deal with them themselves in the future. This was especially so for the monkey, who was even more vehement in his refusal. He wanted to kill everyone himself. Yet he had the right to say this. As the sacred prince, he himself had already severed his Tao. Looking out, if not saints, who could contend against him? Brother Monkey, let's compete and see who can kill more people, Yifan said. The world was stained with blood, and some people were destined to fall. He reminded Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others not to make a move. This time, they just had to watch quietly and use this period of time to cultivate. The monkey's uncle was now confirmed to be still alive. He sat on Mount Meru and overlooked the entire land. The sacred prince went to take revenge, and no one dared to find trouble with him. My grandfather has passed away, and the old fart is finally willing to accept me as a disciple, Li Heishui said. I'll go cultivate after this period of time, but I'll often come to the celestial court to take a look. This time, even if Yifan left, he would be very at ease. Other than Li Tian and Yan Ishi, almost everyone else had the shadow of a saint behind them. The victorious fighting Buddha, the Southern Mountains barbarian war god, the G-clan, the peerless white-robed divine king, the number 1 bandit old fart, Qi Luo, and the others were all pressuring them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Let me introduce you to a saint master. Yifan smiled at Li Tian and the others. Chapter 846. Who? Li Tian was bewildered. He and Yan Ishi naturally didn't need a master. Yifan said this because he wanted to find a protector for them. That day, little Tingting led the way. Yifan's group went to the Jiang family to seek an audience with the divine king in white. The goddess furnace came from the hands of Emperor Hengyu, and there were mysterious Tao patterns engraved on the furnace walls. If divine King Jiang studied it, he might be able to comprehend something. Thus, it would be difficult for him to refuse taking them as his disciples. The atmosphere of the clan of the ancients was still the same, majestic and awe-inspiring. Mountains that would never sink were suspended in the air, towering into the clouds. Silver waterfalls cascaded down like heavenly rivers, and the clouds were steaming with multicolored light. Arriving at this place was like witnessing the primordial era where the ancient emperors lived. Everything was so beautiful and majestic that it was shocking. In the depths of the hundreds of mountains suspended in the air, there were many divine temples and an immortal ancient city. That was the most important place in the Jiang family. Jiang Yifei personally came out to welcome them. His white clothes were elegant, and he had a gentle smile on his face. One look at him would give people a good impression. A person who defeated the divine physique of the Jiang family would attract attention no matter how low-key he was. His smile was otherworldly and dazzling. He was the future master of the Jiang family, so he was very friendly to them. He invited them to a divine island and entered an ancient main tower. This was a very high standard of treatment that only sect masters could enter. After so many years, Brother Yi is even more elegant than before. Jiang Yifei ordered someone to serve tea. Yifan replied with a smile and then told him why he was here. However, he was disappointed. The divine king in white was traveling the world and didn't stay at home for long. In the end, he went to see Uncle Jiang. They sat together and talked about the past. The old man sighed and dragged Yifan to drink a few more cups with him. He was hale and hearty. His life had been very good these years. Little Tingting, the most dazzling star of the future, had risen up, and everyone in the Jiang family wanted to rope her in. Her extreme physique was destined to shine in the family and play an important role. People are old and homesick. 2 years ago, Tingting accompanied me back to the southern region. That store is still there, and many of the old neighbors are still fine. They told me that a very beautiful woman once went there and asked about everything you did in the store in the past. Uncle Jiang said, "Is there such a thing? Who is she?" Yifan poured the wine. He couldn't think of who it could be. An old man asked her. I think she was called Lin Jia or something. She only went there once and never showed up again, Uncle Jiang said. What? Yifan was dumbfounded. That was a very old name. He hadn't heard of it for almost 20 years, let alone seen it. He and Pang Bo weren't the only ones who had come to this world. There were more than a dozen people, but he didn't know where they were after so many years. Li Xiaoman walked on the opposite side of life and death, and Cade was considered by the Western Desert's holy monk to be born with an unusual talent and was sent away as the reincarnation of the Buddhist guardian Vajra. Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others were all people with extraordinary temperaments. Why hadn't they appeared after so many years? At this moment, suddenly hearing Lin Jia's name, Yifan thought of many things. His dusty memories were unlocked, and the past appeared before his eyes. She's a long-lost friend. I went back 2 years ago, so that woman came to the store about 3 years ago and asked about your past, Uncle Jiang said. It's nothing. Since the store and the neighbors are still here, I'll go and take a look when I have time. Yifan came back to his senses and continued drinking. When Yifan and the others left the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei personally saw them off. He said that they might fight side by side in the future, and he watched them leave. They came to the Divine City and entered the Tianxian Stone Square. Of course, they didn't directly ask the saint to take them as disciples. They just wanted to be familiar with each other. The entire Tianxian sect had been killed or injured, and the path of desire had also been destroyed. They were somewhat similar in that they were all people who had survived a calamity. The saint from the Tianxian sect finished observing the goddess furnace. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, I understand your kind intentions. You can come to the stone square often in the future. A single sentence from this saint was enough. If he protected them, who would dare to touch them? Even the ancient ancestor kings would be afraid. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the might of the human saint had shocked all the races. Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The saint was unpredictable, and it was only because he knew what they were thinking that this result could be achieved. In the end, they bid farewell respectfully and returned to the celestial court. He. The 4 little fellows cultivated diligently, and the large black dog was still training the two silver-blooded members of the imperial family. From time to time, the blood-curdling screams could be heard. Everything was very peaceful. Everything was on track, and they were destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Before I leave, if I can't rescue all my old friends and kill all my enemies, I'll be letting you all down, Yifan said to himself. He stood on a high peak and looked down at the vast eastern barren. Where was the purgatory? Needless to say, Dongfang Yi had fallen off the falling eagle cliff. It had to be there, and he wanted to guide him out. Although he had heard from the monkey that very few people could walk out of that place alive, he still wanted to give it a try. In the ancient era, there was a great war between all races. Mountains of corpses piled up, and the earth was dyed the color of blood. The falling eagle cliff had once been used as a grave, and countless dead people had been filled in there. It was originally an ancient battlefield, but in the end, it became a land of mass graves. The Yin-Chi was extremely heavy, and it was difficult for living beings to survive in there. It could be said to be a true purgatory. The Black Emperor went up and said, "If you want to save the barbarians, you need a tomb raider. He specializes in digging up tombs and playing with ghosts. He is the authority in this field." "This fatty is not easy to find," Li Tian said. "That's not difficult. I have a way to capture him," Yifan said. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread out. A valley in the northern region had collapsed, and it was suspected that an ancient emperor's tomb had collapsed. It appeared in the world, and a murderous aura rushed into the 9 heavens. Once the news came out, it caused a huge commotion. It was unknown how many people rushed there. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and many major powers were alarmed. Yifan, the Black Emperor, the monkey, Li Heishui, and Yan Ishi sat on a mountain in the distance. They looked at the valley and saw people rushing over one after another. "Isn't this move a little despicable? Look, all the ancient races have mustered a large force. Some of the royal families have come as if their butts were on fire." Li Tian was speechless. "Even the royal families of Blood Phoenix Mountain and Divine Silkworm Ridge have appeared," Li Heishui said. "I'd rather believe it than not. I believe the great races will send people over to take a look," Li Heishui said. Yifan released the news, and it caused a huge commotion. It was unknown how many experts had rushed over, and the collapsed valley was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "He's here. That damned fatty has appeared. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes." The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye and looked forward. A damned fatty appeared. No matter how high his head was, he couldn't hide his wretched aura. He circled around the collapsed valley and observed. Then he began to curse as if he had been tricked. Truly amazing. Just a single move was enough to summon Fatty Duan. Li Tian sighed in admiration. After that, the others all laughed loudly. They transmitted sound to Duanda, and the unscrupulous Taoist immediately stomped his feet and cursed them for being immoral. It turned out that it was just to trick him into appearing. The Black Emperor said, "Grave digger, what the hell are you shouting for? This time we prepared a large grave for you to dig. It's said that there are at least 1 million people buried here, maybe even 10 times that number." "Nonsense. I've traveled the world and have dug up all kinds of graves. I've even climbed Wu Shi's Dao platform, but I've never heard of such a large grave." Duan De was disdainful. "Woof, you really haven't given up on your evil intentions. You've always been thinking about the Purple Mountain." The Black Emperor almost started a fight with him. Yifan hurriedly separated them. These two bastards weren't easy to deal with. If they really fought, there would definitely be chaos. The monkey appeared and told him that there really was such a place. There might even be a supreme existence buried under the battlefield. His father, the Emperor of Fighting, had once entered and killed a divine spirit. "What? There's a corpse of a divine spirit that could fight against ancient emperors? Go, I must go." Duanda had a "don't stop me" look on his face. On this day, many people in the eastern wasteland cursed that only a few nests of mountain rats had been dug up from the ancient imperial tomb. Normally, no one would be so unscrupulous as to swindle people. Many cultivators and many ancient race members were so angry that the roots of their teeth were itching. As for the instigator, he had long since broken through the sky and arrived at a famous danger ground in the northern region, Falling Eagle Cliff. As the name implied, even eagles would fall when they landed on the cliff. One could imagine how precipitous it was. It could be said to be astonishingly precipitous and impossible to stand on. There are millions of bodies of archaic experts buried here. Not to mention an expert like Duanda, even the Black Emperor didn't quite believe it. The precipitous cliff towered into the clouds, but the valley below was too small. Although it was unfathomably deep, it didn't seem like it could accommodate millions of people. You'll know when you go down. The monkey smiled. Falling Eagle Cliff was tens of thousands of meters tall and straight down. The valley it formed was like a chimney, steep and dangerous. It was completely dark red, as if it had been dyed in blood. According to the monkey, it was really because of the great battles in the past. It was dyed this color by the blood of experts, and it would never fade. They jumped in. The wind whistled past their ears as they descended rapidly. All kinds of black clouds and baleful auras surged violently. It's getting bigger. Why is it getting wider and wider? Li Tian was amazed. Below, they could vaguely see undulating mountain ranges and vast plains. It wasn't a valley at all, but rather a continent. During the archaic years, this place became a battlefield. Back then, too many people died in battle. There were corpses everywhere on the archaic battlefield, and evil auras surged into the heavens. Ghosts could be seen in the daytime, gloomy clouds, and ghosts wept and gods howled. Because too many people had died in battle, this vast area had almost become a human domain, and many strange things had happened. In the end, an ancient emperor from an unknown era used his great magic power to grab the entire land in his palm and refine it under Falling Eagle Cliff. Only then did it become like this. Not long after, they landed on the ground. The front was incomparably wide, and they could see the scenery when they opened their divine eyes. However, it was a bit dusky. There's someone. They were shocked. There were more than 20 people guarding the entrance of the battlefield. They didn't move at all, and they wore ancient battle clothes as if they were netherworld soldiers. What is this? Purgatory's protectors? Is there really a Yin Hall son of heaven in this world? Li Heishui was astonished. No, they are ancient races. If I'm not wrong, they should be people from the primitive lake. Why are they guarding here? Did something happen inside? Or is there some secret treasure? The monkey was bewildered. Primitive lake? It's a great ancient imperial race, the race that Yuan Gu is from, said the monkey. Who are you people? Why did you break into the purgatory? The 20 people in front discovered them and shouted. It's the sacred prince, and the human race's sacred physique. Obviously, the sacred battle ape bloodline shocked the ancient races and was known by all. Yifan, on the other hand, had killed so many people in the God City that they were terrified of him. Many of the ancient race had seen his portrait. Why are you people here? The monkey asked. Go. These people's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they rushed into the valley. Yifan and the monkey attacked together. One of them was covered in golden blood energy, and the other was covered in resplendent golden fur, illuminating the front. Their dharma bodies were thousands of meters tall. They stepped forward and cut off their path, almost stepping on them. Lift. These ancient races saw this and were very straightforward. They all self-detonated and turned into more than 20 balls of bloody mist, dying on the spot. They're so ruthless to themselves. Yifan was astonished. He stretched out a large hand to seize their remnant divine wills, wanting to take a closer look. He only recovered a memory scene. It was a man and a woman walking into the valley, and these people couldn't stop them in time. It was actually Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. What happened in the purgatory? Why did the ancient imperial race from the primitive lake come here? Even the inheritor of the ruthless man had appeared. It was truly strange. Yifan wanted to capture more divine wills, but he didn't have enough time. They were all crushed by the baleful aura and turned into smoke, no longer existing. There are changes in the purgatory. Everyone, Be careful. The monkey reminded. This place was sealed by an ancient emperor from an unknown era, and the monkey's father, the emperor of fighting, had also come here before. Moreover, he had even killed a sacred spirit here. This was definitely not a pure land. It's likely that there are experts from the primitive lake inside. Yuan Gu might be here, so we must be careful, Duanda said. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman have also entered. If we meet them, we must kill them, Yifan said in a deep voice. After that, they walked toward the vast battlefield. It was truly like a continent, boundless and without end. After advancing for several dozen li, Yifan opened his heavenly eye. It was like a wilderness under the dusk, and there were even ribbons of black mist lingering about. It was extremely quiet and gloomy. Not long after, they saw a large expanse of tombs. They were like small mountains, grand and enormous, and somewhat frightening. When I looked from above, I thought it was a mountain range. I didn't expect it to be an ancient tomb. Li Tian was speechless. Duanda's eyes immediately lit up. He rubbed his palms together and wanted to go forward. Let's get down to business first. We didn't really ask you to rob the tombs. Yifan pulled him back. The people buried here are all experts. Otherwise, no one would care about the corpses. However, there shouldn't be any funerary objects, the monkey said. They advanced cautiously and finally entered an open area. There were corpses everywhere, or perhaps they should be called fossils because they had turned into stone. They couldn't see the end with a single glance, and this was only a corner of the primordial battlefield. It was hard to imagine how many people had died back then. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking aura erupted in front of them. It was cold and frightening, and even powerful people like them felt cold all over as if they had fallen into an icehouse. I have a premonition that we might be able to excavate an ancient imperial cemetery or an immortal tomb. We might even be able to dig out the Yama Palace. Duanda rubbed his hands together. He claimed that it was completely a type of intuition. What that is? Yifan's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked as he stared blankly ahead. He wanted to curse Duanda for being a jinx. The others couldn't see anything. Even if they had cultivated the heavenly eye or the monkey's fiery eyes, they still couldn't see anything. However, they all felt a bitter aura. It was as if millions of creatures were wailing and a savage beast was rushing over the land. Soldiers are borrowing the path. Yifan's expression stiffened. He saw an inconceivable scene. Troops after troops of soldiers were neatly organized. They were dressed in ancient clothes and wielded either iron axes or rusty spears. They marched forward in large strides, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. They were killing their way into the endless distance. Wasn't this a strange scene that the Yuan Taoist master could only see after an ominous event happened to him in his later years? How could he see it now? His body felt a bit cold and he became absent-minded. Chapter 847. The Nether soldiers passed through in an orderly manner, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if they had come from ancient times and were killing their way into the unknown. Ancient energy rushed into the sky. Something bad happened to Zhang Lin in his later years and his actions were unpredictable. He had entered the ruins of God and the immortal mausoleum. He had seen the Nether soldiers passing through and even the saints of ancient times made way for him. Banners fluttered as the Nether soldiers passed through, killing their way into the unknown. It made one's hair stand on end. Yifan stopped the others and didn't dare to collide with them. Apart from him, no one else could see it. Even though Duanda was an expert in the study of burial, he still felt his hair stand on end. He had a strange feeling, but he didn't see anything. What? Nether soldiers passing through? When tens of thousands of Nether soldiers passed, the others all cried out in shock when they heard Yifan's words. The energy underground was heavy and could form some Nether spirits. Sometimes they were called Nether soldiers, but they were definitely different. These were truly incomprehensible Nether soldiers. I have already cultivated the Yin-Yang heavenly eye, but I actually didn't see a single shadow. Only my intuition tells me that a group of terrifying existences is passing by. Duanda was horrified. I heard Emperor Wu Shi mention that Nether soldiers had appeared somewhere, but I didn't hear the specifics. Black Emperor was vexed. Yifan was the most uneasy. The Yuan Taoist master could only see such a strange scene in his later years, and now he was seeing it. Was this some kind of warning sign? I remember I saw a letter from a predecessor. It was recorded that the person with the highest achievements in geomancy had entered the underworld in his later years and saw nether soldiers. Duanda clenched his fists. However, that handwritten notebook was incomplete, and it was not finished at all. The predecessor was scared to death in the middle of writing, and with a terrified expression, he passed away in a sitting posture in the stone room. When the others heard this, their hair stood on end. According to what Duanda said, it wasn't strange for those with the highest achievements in geomancy to have a good death. Let's chase and see where they are going, Yifan said. When he saw this scene and thought of the Yuan Taoist master's later years, he felt uneasy. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would feel uneasy. Duandelian even raised his feet, expressing his strong support and agreement. He believed that a monumental monument in the study of geomancy and burial was right in front of him. He was about to uncover an ancient secret, and he would become a legend in history. How creepy! But I've heard that the black dog's blood can ward off evil, Li Tian mumbled. The Black Emperor's expression immediately turned unfriendly. He turned his head and stared at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. How about, Brother He, why don't you contribute some of your blood so that we can be more confident? Li Tian asked recklessly. Woof! The large black dog stood up on his hind legs, pouncing over and biting down viciously. Stop! Don't startle the Yin soldiers. Yifan separated them and was the first to give chase. He was the only one who could see them and lead the way. The black mass of Yin soldiers was like a torrent of steel, as if they could kill all enemies. The dense aura they exuded was terrifying, as if their bodies would collapse if they got close to them. The archaic purgatory was vast and boundless. There were all types of complicated terrains, and there were countless corpses on the ground. They were all embedded in the stone layer and turned into fossils. There were all kinds of ancient creatures with sinister expressions, humanoid beasts with phoenix bodies, 8 arms and 4 heads. The corpses of creatures that had never been seen or heard of before were truly astonishing. The dusky battlefield stretched as far as the eye could see. Demonic clouds curled around it, and it was extremely terrifying, causing one's heart to palpitate. In particular, the tens of thousands of Yin soldiers marched forward with an indomitable will, bringing with them a towering killing intent. It was even more eerie. Where are they going? Yifan and the others followed them for over 100 li, but they still didn't see the army stop. There's a thick fog ahead. The few of them were astonished. This was extremely sudden. The fog was especially thick, and it drowned out the entire heaven and earth. The area ahead was hazy, and it was difficult to see through it with the heaven's eye. Yifan was even more astonished. The number of Yin soldiers was decreasing, and it was as if they had entered a different world, arriving at their destination. Let's go around and take a look. He was the first to dash forward, bypassing the army of tens of thousands and entering the fog. At this moment, he felt as if his entire body was being sliced by knives, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Not to mention mortals, even if it was a cultivator of the dragon transformation mystery realm who came here, their bodies would be torn apart, and they would be strangled to death by the eerie aura. It's too thick, and the baleful Yin aura surges into the 9 heavens. It's practically as if we've entered the netherworld. Duanda exclaimed in astonishment. He made this judgment based on his many years of experience in tomb raiding. Brother He, I still feel uneasy. Can you donate some blood? Li Tian dawdled. Woof! The large black dog's bald tail stood up, and he opened his bloody mouth, wanting to swallow a living person whole. Silence! Where have we arrived? The monkey stopped them. His fiery eyes shone, and he revealed a solemn expression as he pointed forward. The fog was extremely thick. This region wasn't the archaic battlefield, but rather a strange place. It really was like a netherworld, and the scenery outside was greatly different. Something's wrong. Before the fog appeared, There was a boundless plain in front of us, and it was the archaic battlefield. But now there's a huge change, Li Heishui said. This was a strange change that made people unable to make heads or tails of it. Everything was caused by the rise of the fog, and it was as if they had arrived in another world. This place is connected to another world. Duanda was astonished. They couldn't see the Yin soldiers, but they could feel that the number of Netherworld soldiers was decreasing. Brother Yi, what do you see? Yen Ishi asked. This place is like the entrance to a world, and the Yin soldiers are entering. It's extremely similar to the 9 underworlds. Yi Fan was uneasy. Since we've already arrived here, let's go in and take a look, Duanda urged. He was an authority on geomancy and burial, and he urgently wanted to dig out an ancient secret. The fog was very thick, and the area ahead was very vast. The Yin soldiers weren't fully occupied, and there was enough space for them to enter. The few of them were skilled and dared to advance. The baleful aura became denser and denser, and their bodies hurt as if they were being scraped by knives. The netherworld energy surged, wanting to tear them apart. Netherworld Earth. Finally, they stepped in. This was an astonishing piece of land, and it definitely wasn't like the archaic battlefield. It wasn't a world, but rather a stretch of road. A road leading to the netherworld Earth. Duanda rubbed his hands, both excited and agitated. He had seen some scattered records in the personal letters of some predecessors, but no one had pointed them out. The black land, the gray fog, and the unknown road ahead. The Yin soldiers ignored them and advanced with large steps in an orderly manner, disappearing into the distance. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The large black dog sniffed, and his large eyes were perfectly round. He looked forward with his bald tail erect. The few of them looked at each other and didn't smell anything. Meanwhile, the large black dog swore that he had smelled the fragrance and said that it might be an immortal divine medicine. It would be strange if a divine medicine could grow in this 9 underworlds. Duanda poured cold water on them. They advanced cautiously, and when they advanced for 5 kilometers, they finally smelled a fragrance that refreshed their hearts and minds, and all of them were roused. It really is a dog's nose. Can smell it even from several kilometers away. The few of them sighed inwardly, but they didn't dare say it out loud, fearing that they would be bitten by the dog. They advanced for another kilometer, and the fragrance was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate, almost intoxicating them. They couldn't help but quicken their steps, wanting to find the source. There's a pond there. They were astonished. There were specks of light in front of them, and many Yin soldiers passed by in an orderly manner. The fragrance was coming from there. A yellow pond, what terrifying water. Why do I feel like it's corpse water? The pond was only a square of 30 meters, and it was surging. It was terrifyingly yellow, and there was a sinister aura rushing over, but it was also mixed with a fragrance that refreshed the hearts and minds. Duanda drew out a white wooden club and stuck it into the water. The entire white club instantly turned yellow, and there was an aura of death curling around it. He immediately exclaimed in shock, "This is the Yellow Spring." They felt that this was unimaginable. What kind of place had they arrived at? It was already not bad for the Yellow Spring to form a small pond in the extreme Yin Deathland, yet there were so many here. According to legends, the Yellow Spring didn't belong to this world at all, and it was difficult for it to exist in this world. Everything they saw today was strange and mysterious. Splash! There was a splash in the Yellow Spring pond, and a completely black divine herb appeared. It looked like a divine orchid carved from black jade, and it had the aura of the Great Tao. It was over a meter tall, and its fragrance wafted over. Immortal divine herb! Li Tian and Duanda drooled, and they both couldn't help but want to grab it. No, this is the netherworld herb, Yifan shouted. Though the large black dog was about to drool, he also nodded and said, "That's right. I saw one in the Undying Mountain in the past, and it's exactly the same, but I still want to take a bite." They took a deep breath, and all the pores on their bodies opened up. They felt refreshed, as if they had received the purest baptism, and it was as if they were going to ascend. Unfortunately, This wasn't an immortal divine herb. Eating it would have terrifying side effects, and it would be better to die than to live. In the past, the three old monsters that surrounded and attacked the supreme divine king had lived for close to 5,000 years because they ate a netherworld herb, but their bodies had become rotten corpses, and only their divine senses remained. This is a demonic flower. Though it's terrifying beyond compare, it can also be considered an exceptional treasure in this world. Plucking it might have some wondrous use in the future. This wasn't the Undying Mountain, and there were no great emperor formation patterns here that could be plucked. However, the netherworld herb had already developed intelligence, and it turned into a streak of black light that disappeared into the spring pond. They moved at the same time, refining the entire yellow spring pond and sealing it up. Walala! The chains rattled, and clanking sounds rang out. They were all shocked. The roots of the netherworld herb were locked down by a netherworld metal chain. Otherwise, they might not have been able to catch this rare treasure that had existed for so long. It's not a materialized chain, but a Tao principle that has locked it here. It's really strange. After carefully observing, they looked at each other in dismay. Let's take this yellow spring pond as well, and let this netherworld herb continue to grow. It might really be of great use in the future. In the end, they sealed the yellow spring pond and this terrifying demonic herb into a small white jade cauldron. There was a blood river in front of them. It was less than 3 meters wide, scarlet and bewitching. It was silent as it flowed into the distance. There was a stone arch bridge over the river. The style was ancient, and it was unknown how long it had existed. All the Een soldiers walked over it and entered the other side. I see the Een soldiers on the other side, Li Heishui said. The others were also horrified. After crossing the stone bridge over the blood river, all the Een soldiers could be seen, and they continued forward. This is a piece of netherworld earth. Was this refined by the ancient netherworld emperor, or is there really an inconceivable world? Duanda was bewildered. The mist is about to disappear. We will leave the netherworld earth and return to the ancient battlefield. The monkey said. At this time, the mist was disappearing, and all kinds of strange scenes were fading away. Only the blood river and the stone bridge were still real. The last group of Een soldiers was about to cross over. Without a doubt, as long as all the Een soldiers crossed over, everything would disappear, unless they completely followed. It's like a spatial node. This kind of burial ground with millions of ancient race members has connected the discontinuous netherworld earth. Duanda analyzed the reason for the Een soldiers passing through. It's about to disappear. The last Een soldier has also stepped onto the stone arch bridge, Li Heishui said. At this moment, Duanda did something that no one expected. He quickly pounced over, grabbed the last Een soldier, and dragged him back. After that, they began to fight. Chilly winds whistled, and deathly energy surged. This area was as cold as an icehouse. Too ferocious. Everyone was dumbstruck. Fatty Duan and that Een soldier hugged each other and fought fiercely, rolling back and forth. Chapter 848. Yifan and the others were all dumbfounded. Even the large black dog widened its large eyes and spat out its scarlet tongue. It was a bit dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Fatty Duan would make such a move at the end. Come and help, Duanda shouted. He couldn't hold down the ghost soldier by himself. The ghost soldier's strength was boundless, shaking the heavens and earth. Fatty Duan, are you crazy? Everyone finally came back to their senses. There were tens of thousands of ghost soldiers ahead. Even the ancient saints had to avoid them. If they came back, who could stop them? Don't worry. They can't come back, Duanda shouted. He pressed the ghost soldier to the ground and took out a ghost binding chain to tie it up. His posture was like tying up a pig. It was so fierce that people couldn't say anything. This was an essential tool that he always carried with him. He had to bring it when he entered the old tomb and the ancient tomb. Roar. On the other side of the stone arch bridge, tens of thousands of ghost soldiers turned around and roared in anger. Their roars collapsed heaven and earth. A bitter aura rushed over, causing everyone to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were about to collapse. The ghost soldiers rushed back, their killing intent dominating the heavens. However, at this time, the mist thinned, and everything on the other side became blurry. The tens of thousands of ghost soldiers quickly became illusory and disappeared along with the underworld soil on the other side. At this moment, even the monkeys' palms were sweating. If they rushed back, none of them could think about living. They felt that this fatty really dared to play with fire. He was extremely daring. Hurry up and help. If we want to save the savages, we might have to start with this grandson. Duanda almost couldn't hold down the ghost soldier. He was flustered and couldn't tie up the ghost soldier even with the ghost binding chain. Grave robber, you are too fierce. Even the Black Emperor could only say this. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed over. Yifan and the others also rushed over. Some pressed down on the hands, some grabbed the legs, and some twisted the necks. This was the first time in their lives that they wrestled with ghosts like this. It was bone-piercing cold and somewhat prickly. The ghost soldier only appeared on the stone arch bridge and the other side. After being dragged back, their true bodies couldn't be seen clearly. However, Duanda sprinkled a pile of powder and immediately made him appear. This is the powder ground from the coffin of the immortal heavenly emperor. Even if you are a great Luo immortal ghost, you still have to show yourself. The Yin soldiers were extremely strong. Other than Yifan and Monkey, the others might not be able to hold them down. Duan Dejing tied them up firmly. When everything calmed down, they looked at each other in dismay. This was the first time in their lives that they had caught a living ghost. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Yin spirits in the past, but those were all spiritual bodies that could be turned into ashes with a single strike, so it wasn't a big deal. However, the thing that he caught this time was a little different. It was a physical entity. It's quite nice to the touch. Duanda caressed its body and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it. You're such a pervert." However, the few of them still came forward and sized up this Yin soldier together. His entire body was covered in black iron clothes, and his skin was pale without a trace of blood. The Black Emperor was more curious, so he touched it again and again, and felt that one of his large claws was about to be frozen numb. The battle clothes on his body were very ancient, and it was unknown which era it was from. It was filled with the marks of time and was sturdy and undying. This battle clothes is an ancient armor that is rarely seen even in the primordial era. It's truly inconceivable. It's not a sacred weapon that has been passed down through the ages, so how can it exist for so many years? Monkey didn't understand. As soon as his words fell, the black battle clothes cracked, and strands of black nether energy seeped out. The battle clothes began to break down and turn into dust. What's going on? So many Yin soldiers gathered together, and they were able to block the passage of time. Now, are they finally going to return to dust? Clang! Duanda took action and knocked off the Yin soldier's helmet, revealing its true appearance. This was a pale face with its eyes tightly closed. Its long gray hair was scattered, and the aura of death was terrifyingly dense. This was a man that looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He didn't move at all, and after being tied up by the ghost binding chain, he didn't struggle at all. He was like a statue of death. Duanda wanted to take out a mark from the center of its brows to see what exactly was going on with the so-called underworld earth. However, at this moment, this man's aura of death became even denser. His entire body emitted a ball of black light, as if it was burning. Retreat! They quickly retreated. The Yin soldier soared into the air, and then emitted a dazzling light. It continuously shrunk, and it was extremely strange. It turned into the size of a thumb, and with a ding sound, it fell onto the ground. Black light flickered, and the middle-aged man disappeared. In his place, there was only a puppet carved from black jade. It was extremely lifelike, and it was exactly the same as the Yin soldier just now. What is this thing? How did it become like this? The large black dog walked up and used its large paw to scratch. Duanda's expression shook. Light flashed, and two similar black jade puppets appeared in his palm. They were also only the size of a thumb, and they were lifelike. He opened his mouth and said, "I dug this out from an ancient tomb. It was left behind by a geomancy burial master. What's the use of this? It's really strange. Li Tian and the others walked up and picked up the Een soldier jade puppets on the ground. They were puzzled no matter how they thought about it. It's a pity that the letter wasn't finished, and that geomancy burial master was scared to death in the stone room. Otherwise, he would definitely understand more. Duanda held the 3 black jade puppets in his palm. Let's not care about this for now. Let's go and save the savages first, Li Heishui said. I'm a little uneasy. I don't know why, but I feel that seeing the Een soldier borrowing the path is very strange. Yifan muttered to himself. He turned around and looked behind him, but there was nothing. What are you looking at? People scare people to death, and the Een soldier has already disappeared, Li Tian mumbled. Yifan suddenly snorted coldly and forcefully stomped his foot. The source chi underground transformed into a large dragon, and it charged over. It raised its head and leaped forward, dazzling and dazzling. Is there really something? Monkey and the others were all shocked. Even with their powerful spirit senses, they couldn't sense anything. Yifan gazed at the dusky ancient battlefield. Bion-shaped demonic mist lingered, and he couldn't see a single figure. However, there was still an aura in the darkness that made him feel uneasy. After that, they were very silent, and no one said anything. They walked forward. Yifan borrowed the goddess furnace, and he was on guard at all times. He was prepared to launch a fierce attack. It's coming again. I can really sense it. It should be coming for me. Yifan used his divine sense to transmit his voice to the others. After traveling for 100 miles, he suddenly took out the goddess furnace and struck it behind him. A torrential divine light illuminated the entire sky, and the dusky battlefield immediately became resplendent. A mournful scream came from behind, and it caused everyone's scalp to go numb. An eerie chill enveloped everyone, and it was an indescribable feeling. In the blink of an eye, Yifan saw a figure disappear in a flash, avoiding the goddess furnace and disappearing into the darkness. That hurriedly turned around to reveal its true appearance, and it caused him to feel a chill from head to toe. What did I just see? A terrifying ghost monkey. Yan Ishi sucked in a breath of cold air. It has red fur all over its body, and its eyes are too vicious. That hurried glance almost turned my body into an ice sculpture. It's too terrifying. Li Heishui couldn't help but shiver. Only Yifan remained silent. He gazed into the darkness and clenched his fists tightly. He had used too much force, and his fingers had turned white. Brother Monkey, do you have any relatives? I clearly saw a red-haired malicious spirit with a thunderous mouth. It looks a bit like you, Li Tian said. The monkey almost swung his club at him. His fiery eyes shot out divine light as he revealed a solemn expression and gazed into the darkness. What is that thing? It doesn't seem easy to deal with. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this is definitely a tomb master that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. It might be even more terrifying. Duanda concluded. That red-haired face was so malevolent that it couldn't be removed from Yifan's eyes. He captured a wisp of aura that was similar to his own. That was a unique characteristic of the Yuan Taoist master. It's him, the Yuan Taoist master who encountered an ominous event in his later years. Yifan said in a low voice. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew that this was bad. They all knew how the Valley of Gods had been destroyed. The Yuan Taoist master who had encountered an ominous event was terrifyingly powerful. The 3rd-generation ancestral master is in the Qinling Mountains, the 4th-generation ancestral master is in the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and the 5th-generation ancestral master died in the Valley of Gods. This place. Is it the 1st or the 2nd-generation ancestral master? Yifan muttered to himself. The others were scared. The 1st and 2nd-generation ancestral masters had existed for countless years. If they could absorb worldly essence and laws, even a pig would have become a sage. Most importantly, their physical bodies were theirs, but their consciousness had become muddled. A strange evil intent had invaded their consciousness, making it boundlessly vicious and terrifying. Their first thought was to flee. Facing the heaven source ancestral master meant certain death. There was not even the slightest bit of hope. However, when they turned around, they saw all kinds of heaven source runes flickering in a continuous manner. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan would find it difficult to break them. Yi Fan said, "Let's continue forward. He has already cut off our path of retreat." "Then what should we do? Isn't this a dead end?" Yan Ishi asked. "It's fine. Ancestral Master Zhang Lin gave me some things. They are the 81 banners left behind by the immortal Heavenly Emperor. If we really want to risk our lives, we can even kill a few ancestral kings." Yi Fan said. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to waste such a secret treasure. It had been too long, and the flagpole was about to shatter. He could only use it one last time. But now, the ancient flags had been sealed by him with the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture. Otherwise, they would not have existed for long. Yi Fan and the others rushed forward. Since they had already come this far, they wanted to quickly find the barbarian and rescue him. Then, they would use the banners to break out of the encirclement. They searched everywhere as they ran. They found dozens of corpses in the vast battlefield. They had died not long ago, and all of them were ancients. Their skulls had been opened. It's the people of the primitive lake. Not a single one of them is weak. There are true emperors among them. The monkey was shocked. Yi Fan squatted down and removed a few strands of red hair from their open skulls. They were extremely glaring, and there was no doubt that this was done by the Yuan Taoist master. Hong! Thunderous sounds rang out from the front. It was an even more terrifying battlefield. The baleful energy there did not disperse, and streaks of blood-colored lightning appeared one after another. The power was astonishing. This is the core of the battlefield. Dongfang Yi was most likely chased into this place and could not break free. This place is about 500 li in radius, the monkey said. After passing through the pitch-black demonic mist, the front suddenly became glaring. All types of light flew about, all types of ancient weapons were attacking, and all types of laws flickered. What, this is the weapons of archaic ancestral kings. These are their laws. Could it be that there is a great battle going on here? The few of them were all shocked. The monkey shook his head and said, "No, this is only killing intent. It is inextinguishable resentment, formed from the battle intent of the heroic spirits that died in battle." This was a terrifying battlefield. All types of ancient weapons and all types of divine light were formed from laws. They rampaged and surged, never to be extinguished. The laws created by the archaic ancestral kings in the past gathered the essence of heaven and earth. They circulated endlessly and continued, turning this place into an eternal killing field. It is difficult to survive after entering. Heavenly Eye, Yi Fan bellowed. His eyes were like lightning, looking through hundreds of li and seeing through this terrifying killing field. However, all types of laws quickly blocked his vision, making it difficult for him to see through it. Bang! He forcefully stomped a corner, and a Genesis rune quickly extended from the ground into the depths of the distant battlefield. Yi Fan closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened them and said, "Dongfang Yi is alive. I can sense his Wolf Fang sacred weapon. It is protecting his Dharma body." Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind them. It was bone-chilling, as if thousands of steel needles were pricking their backs. Not far away, a monster covered in red hair appeared. It growled in a low voice and stretched out a terrifying red hair claw. It moved forward and retreated as if it was hesitating. Yi Fan held the goddess furnace in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Everyone's expressions were grave. They were finally facing each other. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had encountered an ominous event. "He is crying," Li Tian exclaimed. "I don't want to kill you." His voice was old and hoarse, as if he was trying his best to control his body. He was trembling, his red hair was shaking, and his body was swaying. Tears were rolling down his face, and the ferocious look in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, there seemed to be a trace of clarity in his eyes. He said with difficulty, "You are about to become a Yuan Taoist master. We are the same kind of person. I don't want to kill you. His words were intermittent, and it was difficult for him to form a coherent sentence. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes, and he could not control his body and kept trembling. He's not from the ancient times. Look at the magic tool in his hand. It's made in the modern times, Duanda said in a low voice. Yes, could he be from the bloodline of King Yuan? The ancestor of this clan was only one step away from becoming a Yuan Taoist master in his later years. A few years ago, an ominous event happened, and the clan invited the godly diviner to perform a divination. In the end, he also met with misfortune. Yifan immediately thought of all this. It's me. The red-haired monster in front of him heard his whisper and immediately became excited. A trace of clarity appeared in his eyes, and the ferocious glint in his eyes was suppressed. I was captured by the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master. He forced out a complete sentence. What? Yifan was shocked. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master hid in the absolute beginning forbidden zone in his later years. But in the end, an ominous event happened and his whereabouts were unknown. Yifan had seen his ruins in the place where things move in the opposite direction. He asked me to guard this place, to escort the Yin soldiers through to ensure that there are no mistakes, the red-haired monster said with great difficulty. What? You're the reason why the Yin soldiers are here. Where's the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master? Yifan, Duanda, and the others were all astonished. If he appears, not even the sages would be a match for him, the red-haired monster said with great difficulty. He seemed to be struggling in his heart again. I don't want to kill you. We're the same kind of people. But I'm about to become muddle-headed. Senior, please stay awake. You'll definitely get better. Yifan roared deafeningly. Let me give you a word of advice. The Yuan Taoist master's domain is filled with ominous omens. Don't step into it carelessly. They're coming. You'd better leave. His words were chilling. Who's coming? The few of them were extremely shocked. Chapter 849. The red-haired monster let out a low growl. The clarity in its eyes had disappeared and was replaced with a vicious aura. It suddenly raised its head and stared at the group, letting out a mournful cry. Oh no, it's muddle-headed. Be careful that it doesn't attack us, Yenny, she said. Yifan pointed the goddess furnace in front of him. The aura of a saint filled the air and golden ripples quickly spread out. The red-haired monster's eyes shone fiercely. It glanced at them one last time and disappeared into thin air. They're here. Could it be that the previous generations of Yuan Taoist master are coming? Each of them is more terrifying than the last. It's really unsettling, Duanda said. He had been walking among the tombs in the cemetery all year round and had dug up some secrets about the Yuan Taoist master. The Nether soldiers actually had traces of the Yuan Taoist master. This was unimaginable. What kind of secret was there? Where did the Yuan Taoist master go after the ominous event in his later years? Who did he listen to? No wonder that red-haired monster ran into the Purple Mountain and took refuge in Emperor Wu Shi's place to suppress itself. It's to isolate itself from the outside world and avoid being summoned away, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was naturally referring to the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, Zhang Lin. 9 ancient characters appeared above Yifan's head. They were immortal characters recorded in the Tao scriptures. They floated up and down and sealed the 81-inch-long flags inside. The 9 ancient characters flowed with the aura of the great Tao and opened up a small world of 1 square foot. Inside, time seemed to have stopped as if it had realized eternity. Inside, the 81 small black flags flickered with black light and remained motionless. There was an enormous and terrifying power lying dormant, ready to erupt at any time. These are the formation flags left behind by the immortal Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Prince knew about this, he would most likely explode in anger. How could he endure the artifact his father left behind for his subordinates being used by you? The monkey said. At this moment, the situation was critical. The experts of the Genesis Heaven Master's bloodline could appear at any moment. They were all muddle-headed and didn't recognize their own kin. They would kill them all. Yifan had no choice but to prepare the formation flags ahead of time. Yuan Gu and Hua Yunfei have also entered. Why haven't I seen them? Li Heishui was puzzled. The primeval battlefield is boundlessly vast, and we might not be able to encounter it. Not to mention we might be scared off by the red-haired monster, said Li Tian with uncertainty. They began to walk around the core battlefield, trying to find a weak spot to enter and rescue Dongfang Yi from purgatory. After walking around for more than 800 li, they discovered a huge abyss. It was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Beside it, there were mountains of rocks piled up high, like a huge tomb. This is freshly dug soil. Who did this? What are they trying to do? They were puzzled. Looking at the surrounding terrain, this was originally a sinkhole, and then someone dug it deeper, resulting in its current size, turning it into a pitch-black bottomless abyss. Yifan held the goddess furnace in his hands. 9 ancient characters floated above his head, suppressing the 81-inch-long small black banners. He naturally wasn't afraid of the dangerous situation. They descended, wishing to get to the bottom of this. 5-colored altar, 5-colored altar, the Black Emperor shouted. Duanda, the monkey, and the others were also astonished. Now, they knew what this 5-colored altar represented. It was an ancient starry sky path that could lead to the star field. Who had dug out a 5-colored altar? What were they trying to do? Filled with puzzlement, they descended into the depths of the ground. This was a fairly large altar, but it was a pity that too much time had passed. It had already collapsed, and more than half of it had been destroyed. Moreover, some of it had been taken away by someone not long ago. There are corpses here. A great battle took place here. On the other side of the 5-colored altar, there were many corpses of the ancient race. Several of them had shriveled up, and their origin energy had been sucked dry. Heaven-devouring demonic art. Yifan's heart jumped. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had come here before, and they had clashed with the ancient race. This might be the altar they had dug out. These are the people of the primitive lake, the monkey said after confirming. These were the life forms of the Yuan-Gu race, and there were a few members of the true royal family among them. They were extremely powerful. Both sides clashed first. After that, the red-haired monster rushed over and killed everyone, Li Heishui said. Apart from a few ancient race members who had lost their origin energy, the others were all killed with a single strike. Their skulls were split open, and their brains were stained with 1 or 2 strands of red hair. This should have happened a few days ago. Both sides were scared off by the red-haired monster. Let this Dao grandpa take a look at what happened. Duanda had brought many tools with him. He took out an ancient mirror that was actually polished from a piece of sparkling white bone. What is this? What effect does it have? Li Tian asked. Don't look down on it. This is the only Dao bone left behind by a human race's great sage after he transformed into the Dao. It's the one on his forehead that has existed for eternity. The frontal bone is the Dao bone of a human's immortal platform. The mirror made from it has endless miraculous uses. Fatty Duan rubbed it carefully, and the mirror became even more translucent. When the Black Emperor heard this, he almost pounced over to snatch it. However, Yifan hugged his neck tightly. Otherwise, a battle between a human and a dog would definitely occur. Swoosh! The ancient mirror flashed with splendor and a few scenes appeared. First, Yuan Gu's figure appeared. After that, a group of ancient race members held onto a jade annulus and dug out the sacrificial altar. The monkey's heart immediately trembled. Not long ago, I heard that some ancient race members were searching for a path beyond the heavens. It seems like it's true. He was a member of the royal family of the Supreme Ancient Era, so the information he obtained definitely wouldn't be fake. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was instantly shaken. The ancient race was searching for a path beyond the heavens. Where were they planning to go? This was definitely a terrifying matter. Once it became true, it might have an extremely far-reaching impact. The people of the primitive lake have found this place. The royal family of the Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Cheelin Cave might also be searching in other places. When they thought of this, they all felt very uneasy. What exactly did the royal family of the Supreme Ancient Era want to do? Where were they planning to go? After that, the mirror formed from the Dao bone flashed with splendor. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's figures appeared. They had found this place with an ancient scroll in their hands. They were also here for the 5-colored sacrificial altar. The other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan read Li Xiaoman's lips and saw these words. At that moment he quivered and shivered. Were these two the same as him? They wanted to cross the starry sky and head to Earth? At this moment he was drenched in cold sweat. He absolutely couldn't let the inheritor of the ruthless person head to the other side of the starry sky. Otherwise, there would be endless disasters. The other side had a huge population base, but none of them could cultivate. It was too easy to seize the origin of the mortals and search for various physiques. They could simply do whatever they wanted, kill and seize. That's right, my physique came from that world. Maybe they were filled with hope because of this. In addition, the ancient side also has countless secrets. The people of the primitive lake dismantled the 5-colored sacrificial altar and recorded the position of every single stone. It was obvious that they wanted to take it away for restoration and research. However, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman ambushed them. After that, the red-haired monster appeared and started a massacre in all directions. Yuan Gu summoned a palm-sized divine altar and disappeared. A golden vortex appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. She and Hua Yunfei entered the vortex and disappeared. A divine altar. The monkey stared at the miniature divine altar in Yuan Gu's hand and revealed a shocked expression. This was something that only the great sage could carve, and it could break through space and leave at any time. A divine spirit from outside the realm is protecting the body. The Black Emperor stared at the golden vortex above Li Xiaoman's head and discovered a blurry golden body sitting cross-legged inside. His eyes widened. Even the mirror that was polished from the great sage's forehead bone and forged with a secret technique could only display a few images. There were no additional clues. They couldn't even look at it again if they wanted to. This is the mirror I used to see ghosts in the ancient tomb. It's already not bad to be able to do this, Duanda said. Dismantle the 5-colored sacrificial altar. The large black dog was very determined. He carefully memorized the patterns on the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Then, he quickly dismantled the remaining ancient altars and stored them in his spirit tool. It's really going to be chaotic. It's not as simple as the appearance of the 10,000 primordial races. Now, they're fighting over the path to the outside realm. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Black Emperor muttered to himself. He thought of some ancient events. The various imperial clans might want to receive some beings from the outside realm, the monkey said. Yi Fan was also thinking about whether Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had found a way back after being protected by the divine spirit from outside the realm. In the near future, they would most likely have a life and death battle to seize the right to pass through the ancient path to Earth. A cold aura surged over. The red-haired monster appeared again. If it wasn't afraid of the goddess furnace in Yi Fan's hand and the 81 small flags above his head, it would have already charged over. There's no time. We must quickly take action to save Dongfang Yi. Otherwise, if the previous Yuan Taoist master comes, it'll be difficult for us to survive. In the end, Yi Fan made up his mind. He activated the goddess furnace and forced his way to the core of the battlefield. Countless silk ribbons fell down to protect them. However, this was an extremely terrifying breakthrough process. Even with the goddess furnace's protection, they still narrowly escaped death. After every few steps, they had to stop for a period of time to recover their divine force. This was because this area was too terrifying. All kinds of ancient weapons and divine lights danced in the air. These were the manifestations of divine laws left behind by the ancient kings. They were equivalent to the aftermath of a saint's attack. This won't do. This is too slow. I don't know how many months or years it'll take to reach the core at this speed. There was no time to waste. If the first Yuan Taoist master came, the great killing weapons in their hands would most likely be useless. There was no lack of origin energy underground. Perhaps a peerless Genesis technique could kill them all. In the end, Duanda gritted his teeth and took out the heaven-devouring demonic cap. The Black Emperor carved a corner of the Wuxia killing formation. Yifan even used all his effort to carve a mysterious Genesis rune to connect the mountains and rivers, providing endless essence energy to the heaven-devouring demonic cap and the Wuxia killing formation. Although the divine laws left behind by the ancient kings were extremely terrifying, the heaven-devouring demonic cap floated up and down. It was not affected at all. Rays of black light fell down to protect them. The corner of the Wuxia killing formation was even more destructive. It forcibly opened up a path, causing some of the divine laws that were about to be extinguished to completely dim and disappear. They advanced like a hot knife through butter. Finally, they broke into the core of the ancient battlefield. In the distance, they saw a man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes sitting cross-legged on the ground. A wolf-tooth mace hung above Dongfang Ye's head, emitting wisps of holy might. It opened up a peaceful space with a circumference of 3 meters. However, he did not have it easy. He was trapped here and could not move a single step. The god within that wolf-tooth mace has been resurrected. No wonder he could persevere and obtain the protection of the ancient sacred weapon. Duanda said, although he has obtained protection, he has to resist with all his might every day. It's like living in hell. However, the benefits he has obtained are also great, Monkey said. In the surroundings, all kinds of divine laws and Tao light collided. Dongfang Yi faced them every day and fought with his life on the line. Naturally, he could comprehend many divine laws that ordinary people could not reach. Brother Yi, Li Heishui called out. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Back then, Dongfang Yi had made a move to save them. Although it was a great disaster, he survived after all. He is comprehending the various divine laws of the ancient heroic spirits here. His future achievements are limitless. Black Emperor said, You guys! Dongfang Yi opened his eyes and shot out 2 blazing beams of light. He had woken up from the sea of divine laws. Chapter 850. After Dongfang Yi woke up, his entire body was like a heavenly sword that was unsheathed. There was a sharp aura around him. His eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light that were dozens of feet long. In this kind of difficult situation, the more he trained, the sharper he became. They were all very excited. They thought they would never see each other again. They never thought they would see each other again. They had experienced life and death together in the past, so this feeling was very warm. Open! Yifan and the others were shaken at the same time. The heaven-devouring evil jar shot out a strand of black light. Even though it was small, its power was as vast as the ocean. It scattered the divine laws of over 1,000 immemorial heroic spirits and saved Dongfang Yi. The savage leaped up and let out a long howl right away, and it shook the entire primeval battlefield, causing this expanse of the primeval battlefield to instantly start trembling. His aura was continuous and long, and it was like a heavenly river was descending down. This is great, Brother Dongfang. It's great that you are safe. Otherwise, I would not be able to rest in peace. Li Heishui rushed over. Back then, Savage had stepped in to save them, blocking Zitiandu and the Valley of Gods, killing until the sky was covered in blood. Everyone rushed over. Dongfang Yi was also very excited, especially when he saw Yifan. He had seen him leave this world and never thought he would meet him again. When old friends met, there were endless words to say. Only those who had experienced death would know that it was good to be alive. There were many things that one would only know how to cherish after experiencing it. The reason I was able to survive was all because of the divine bone that Brother Yi gave me back then. I fused it into the mace here and completely restored the ancient divine weapon. In the past, when they had ventured into the immortal estate world together, they had discovered the immortal teardrop green gold book, which had been inscribed with a fragment of the Sun Sutra, as well as the true bone left behind by a saint who had transformed into the Tao. Yifan and Dongfang Yi had divided them up. There were all kinds of laws here. They were formed by ancient heroic spirits and had existed for millions of years. They could be said to be ancestral king-level light. After being tempered thousands of times, the ancient barbarian weapon fused with the Tao bone and restored it to its original state. This ancient weapon is amazing. It came from the southern mountains god of war. The barbarians now have another sacred weapon. At this moment, only one person was unhappy, and that was Duanda. He stared at Dongfang Yi and found that this barbarian in ragged clothes had the same outfit as him from head to toe. The wooden hairpin in his hair was definitely his. It was dug out from a royal tomb and made of dark phoenix wood. Dongfang Ye's divine jade clothing was even more amazing. It was Duanda's armor that was stolen from an ancient tomb of a divine dynasty. What made the heartless Taoist angry the most was that Dongfang Ye's socks were also his. They were made of natural silk, and the shoes that had already melted a long time ago were also his treasures. Back then, Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi stripped Duanda naked and only left him with a pair of underpants. The barbarian did not care about meat and vegetables. He even took all the miscellaneous treasures. Taoist, I miss you after so many years. Thank you for your jade clothing. I would have been shattered if not for it, the barbarian said honestly. Duanda snorted and rolled his eyes. We'll settle this later. Even though I've escaped, I'm still a bit reluctant to leave this place. This is a cultivation immortal land. It can be said that it's painful and happy at the same time, Dongfang Yi said. Rumble. All kinds of lights danced about. This was a sea of interweaving divine laws. Thunder rumbled unceasingly. Without the protection of a sacred weapon, even a great success king would be turned into ashes. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if over 100 archaic saints were contending against each other, displaying the essence of their life's divine laws as they fought intensely. This is a good place to refine weapons, the Black Emperor said. Refine weapons. Everyone looked at those divine laws. They were all at the saint level. If they could copy them and imprint them into weapons, the benefits would be endless. Even if the Yuan Taoist master came, it would be difficult for him to pass through this area. Maybe we can stay here for a while and refine our weapons, Duanda said. They were able to enter quickly because they had half an imperial weapon and a corner of the Wuxia killing formation. Otherwise, there would be danger with every step and it would be difficult to enter so quickly. That's right, we can stay here. When we leave, we'll let the Black Emperor carve a corner of the imperial pattern and travel through the void, Yi Fan said. In the end, everyone sat down cross-legged. They each took out their weapons and entered the divine laws. The monkey was the most straightforward. He placed the pitted black iron rod at the center of the Tao laws. It was immediately bombarded and lightning filled the sky. Bang! Li Heishui was the most speechless. He tried to take out a divine ruler-level weapon, but it turned into powder on the spot and scattered with the wind. However, the most shocking thing was Yi Fan's cauldron. It contained 9 strands of primal chaos energy. At this moment, they all awakened and turned into dragons, phoenixes, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and all living things in the world. The myriad chi cauldron was rumbling. It floated up and down in all kinds of Tao light. It was baptized and struck here and there, but it still remained intact and absorbed the laws of heaven and earth. This cauldron is too shocking. Everyone present was shocked and looked forward. There were 9 strands of primal chaos inside the cauldron. They absorbed all kinds of divine laws and seemed to be forming a divine fetus. It was incomparably strange and gradually strengthened. The 9 Tao patterns extended and evolved into plants, flowers, birds, fish, insects, qilins, and immortal phoenixes. There were thousands of forms and all living things in the world existed. Yi Fan was also shocked. He suddenly remembered that these were the 9 strands of primal chaos that he had imprinted in the cauldron when he broke the curse of the divine body and faced the heavenly tribulation for the first time. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the primal chaos light before, but that time was absolutely extraordinary. After the 9 strands of mysterious primal chaos lightning struck him, they struck the cauldron and were forever imprinted in the cauldron. This is the birth of a divine fetus. To become an extreme imperial weapon, this is the first step that must be taken. To give birth to a deity in the cauldron and use the primal chaos as the embryo skin. This divine fetus is truly astonishing. The Black Emperor said, if one wanted to obtain an imperial weapon, they needed to nurture their own spirit in the artifact. The baptism of heavenly tribulation and the evolution of the great Tao were all essential steps. Those 9 strands of primal chaos patterns are not simple. They contain fragments of the great Tao, and the divine fetus they give birth to is no small matter. Duanda's expression was also solemn. "Can I forge the king's cauldron here?" Ifan asked. "That's not the best choice. The main weapon should be compatible with one's body. Every step should be taken together like an arm and a finger. There's no distinction between them," the Black Emperor suggested. "That's right. Now, every step you take will allow the cauldron to advance a step further. Only by harmonizing with the Tao can it become a supreme weapon." Duanda also nodded. Ifan was enlightened. The Tao scripture's one tool to break all laws and the army character formula's sacrificial weapon technique all appeared in his mind at this moment. He began to diligently forge the cauldron. The 9 primal chaos patterns turned into all kinds of shapes. Divine phoenix, black tortoise, vermilion bird, plants, fish, insects, and others appeared in a myriad of colors. They evolved an indescribable Tao mechanism and appeared incomparably mysterious. During the primordial era, there were countless divine laws left here. This cauldron frantically absorbed them and carved an unknown number of imprints. All of them entered the 9 primal chaos patterns. The area within a radius of 30 meters has become a vacuum. All of the Tao laws have been refined by the patterns within the cauldron. This central battlefield has a radius of 500 kilometers, and there are ancestral king laws and Tao light everywhere. If the cauldron is allowed to float here for a few years, it might be able to completely devour them all. The others were all very shocked. This was a result that shocked everyone's hearts. The cauldron didn't change at all. It was as if it contained a divine fetus that had completely fused into the primal chaos patterns. There wasn't a single trace of excess aura leaking out, and it was no different from usual. As expected of a sacred object exclusive to the ancient emperors. Not to mention anything else, just based on the current atmosphere of this cauldron, it can definitely become a sacred weapon that has been passed down through generations. It was too difficult to evolve it into an emperor weapon. Only a great emperor would be able to forge it. After all, only the light-shaking realm had produced a dragon-marked black gold cauldron. This miracle couldn't be replicated. "Brat, let me give you an idea. Based on this cauldron's aura, it might be able to forge a supreme emperor weapon in the future," the Black Emperor suddenly said. "What idea?" "In the future, if you become a saint and come to this primordial battlefield to undergo tribulation," the Black Emperor had only spoken halfway when he was looked down upon by everyone. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Isn't this a scam? Who would dare to come to this place to undergo tribulation? That's purely courting death." There were countless battles in the primordial era, and the most terrifying one happened here. At least hundreds of saint-level experts fell, and the divine laws still haven't dissipated. If one were to undergo tribulation here, it would be equivalent to dragging these heroic spirits along with them. Who would be able to withstand that kind of power? This was the truth. Unless the ancient emperors were reborn, the resonance of all the ancestral kings' laws was equivalent to hundreds of saints undergoing tribulation together. Even a saint physique wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was practically the end of the world. This might be the only feasible way to forge an extreme emperor weapon without verifying the Tao. The Black Emperor sighed. According to what he said, using heaven and earth as the furnace and the divine laws of hundreds of saints as the fire, drawing the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the saint physique down and tempering the cauldron thousands of times, only then would there be a possibility of becoming an extreme emperor weapon. This was undoubtedly a crazy idea, but who could withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Even if one had a saint physique, it was practically a dead end. That was equivalent to withstanding the most terrifying attacks of hundreds of saints and the merciless obliteration of the heavens. A very good idea, but we don't have time to stay here any longer. I can sense that they're coming. Ifan said in a low voice. Through the endless divine laws of ancestral kings, he seemed to see a pair of terrifying eyes staring at this place from the darkness hundreds of kilometers away, and they were as sharp as knives. The Yuan Taoist master had arrived. A terrifying aura filled the air, and the entire primordial battlefield started to tremble. The mountains, rivers, and veins seemed to be shaking as if they were alive, and were about to boil. "Black Emperor, it's all up to you now. You must carve a corner of the great emperor-level teleportation formation, Yifan said in a low voice. Little Yi you, Li Heishui cried out in shock. Ah, brother Yi, why are you? Yan Ishi's expression also changed. At the same time, Duanda's reaction was the fastest. Almost like a conditioned reflex, he pulled out a ghost binding chain and was about to tie up Yifan. His movements were extremely swift. Yifan retreated, stretched out his hands, and placed them in front of his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, He almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. His hands were slowly growing red hair. It was such a ghastly sight, and each hair was horrifying. His hands couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? What happened? What's wrong? The others were all shocked, and they couldn't do anything. Inauspicious old age, but I shouldn't have reached that step. Yifan was horrified and couldn't help but cry out. He felt that every inch of his body was in pain, especially his face, where things kept drilling out. The others were scared. At this moment, Yifan had become incomparably terrifying. Even his face had grown red hair, and he was no different from the red-haired monster they had seen before. Inauspicious. Is happening to me? Yifan shouted loudly. Then, the golden blood energy all over his body boiled, and he began to struggle with all his might. He couldn't give up his body. Boom! Golden flames raged and surrounded him. Strand after strand of red hair fell off, but every time they fell off, new red hair would grow again. It was terrifying. Wu Shi great formation pattern kill, the Black Emperor shouted. He used the formation pattern to trap Yifan inside, helping him destroy the strange power. Heaven-devouring devil lid. Suppress. Duanda also shouted and brought out the devil lid. Streaks of black light fell down, burying Yifan below. Yifan's golden blood was burning, and finally, all the red hair was refined clean. All of them fell off. He was gasping for breath, but he still felt that the inauspicious thing was shrouding his body. As expected, when the Wu Shi killing formation disappeared and the heaven-devouring devil jar flew up, his face felt as if it was being pricked by needles. Blood-colored red hair kept growing out. Yi. The Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness is happening to Yi. The monkey, Li Heishui, and the others were helpless. They couldn't help at all unless they used the emperor weapon to suppress him forever and used the Wu Shi formation pattern to trap him. Don't come over. I'll cross this hurdle myself. Yifan sat cross-legged in the void. The Tao scripture, Western Emperor scripture, and other scriptures rang out in his body at the same time. It was like the chanting of the great Tao, resounding between heaven and earth. His appearance was solemn, and his whole body was shining. The red hair on the surface of his body was destroyed and reborn again and again. His expression was also constantly changing. Peace and anxiety coexisted as he struggled with all his might. A cold laugh came over like metal plates rubbing against each other. It made people feel uncomfortable and their hair stood on end. In the eternal darkness, there was a pair of emotionless and awe-inspiring eyes staring coldly at this place. Become the Yuan Taoist master. In his later years, I will come and receive you. A sinister and horrifying voice came over. It was as terrifying as a devil that escaped from hell. Boom! Yifan's body shook for the last time. The golden blood qi that filled the sky rushed up and drowned the sky. Finally, all the ominous things were dispelled. The red hair fell off and no longer appeared. Maybe I don't need to wait for my later years. In the near future, I will come and receive you. The sinister voice was like the wailing of an evil spirit. It was intermittent and incomparably difficult to speak. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Was this their destiny? It was like Judgment Day. Did every Yuan Taoist master die like this? Let's go. The Black Emperor did his best to carve a complicated formation pattern. Everyone walked up and with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were. When the light appeared again, they had already arrived at a world full of flowers and birds. There were steep ridges and mountains everywhere. It was full of vitality. Southern mountains. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they had crossed from the northern region to another world. How terrifying. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Let's wait a few days. The Black Emperor still had lingering fears. The ominous Yuan Taoist master had cast a shadow over their hearts. Several days later, Yi Fan took out a piece of green copper from the Sea of Bitterness with great difficulty and suppressed it in his immortal platform. It was better to be safe than sorry. He needed to be more vigilant. This time he resisted strongly and nothing really happened. It was hard to say next time. It would be too late when he realized that something strange had happened to him. Do you dare to fight with the divine physique? Yuan Gu will kill you in the northern region. Half a month later, a piece of news spread throughout the 5 regions. An ancient prince had issued a challenge to the human race's divine physique, causing a huge uproar. The entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar, and the news quickly spread to all regions. Fight! Yi Fan only had one word in reply. Oh no, Yuan Gu has severed his Tao and entered the 3rd stage of the immortal realm. He wants to use you to test his blade. Dongfang Ye's return to the southern mountains was like a dragon returning to the sea. All the barbarian tribes were pleasantly surprised. He had learned of this news through his clansmen. He has severed his Tao. Yi Fan looked into the distance from the peak of a mountain in the southern mountains and pondered silently. The ancient emperor's bloodline had severed his Tao. This was an extremely terrifying thing. His battle prowess would be unparalleled and invincible among his peers. Let me go and kill him first. The monkey spoke. The golden fur on his body was sparkling and resplendent. No need. I will fight this battle myself and take his life, Yi Fan said resolutely. Chapter 8:51. The moon was round, and the mountains were filled with fog. All kinds of beasts were roaring, and the bonfires in the barbarian tribe burned brightly, dispersing the fog in the mountains. All kinds of meat fragrances floated in the air. Jars of old wine were carried by the barbarian children. Yi Fan, the monkey, Duanda, Dongfang Yi, and some elders of the barbarian tribe sat together and drank to their heart's content. Dongfang Ye's return brought joy to the entire barbarian tribe. The blood of the barbarians flowed in his body, and if there were no accidents, he would become a war god in the future. His physical body was second only to the human's divine body. Yuan Gu is not the son of the ancient emperor, but a descendant a few generations away. People sat in front of the bonfire, eating the flood dragon meat and drinking the old wine. Naturally, it was inevitable to talk about Yuan Gu. Although he was not the son of the ancient emperor, his blood was not thin, and the difference was only a few generations. Moreover, his aptitude was superb. In terms of cultivation alone, he was the best in their tribe, or else he would not have been sealed. The monkey said, "He is the 8th generation grandson of the primitive emperor, and the power of his bloodline is not weaker than the real son of the ancient emperor. He is the best in the tribe." Can't be. Is he stronger than the son of the primitive emperor? And in the end, he replaced the ancient prince. Li Tian asked in shock. That's not the case. In the year when the primitive emperor passed away, 2 terrifying holy spirits were born one after the other. They were both at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, and each of them could fight against the ancient emperor. The 2 holy spirits were born, and they wanted to take away the weapon left by the primitive emperor. They came to the tribe and almost wiped out the great imperial family at the peak of its glory. It could be said that in that battle the earth was dyed red, and the 8 great royal families were their subordinates. They received the royal family's order to rescue them, but all of them died. The primitive emperor had 3 sons, and each of them could shock the gods and make the immortals cry. They were all half a step away from the path, but they all died in that battle, and even their sons were sacrificed. In the end, only a dozen or so descendants of the youngest son of the primitive emperor were left. The most prosperous royal family was almost wiped out from the earth, and it was a tragic sight. One had to know that from the birth of the ancient emperor to his death, and then to the rise of the princes, there would be at least tens of thousands of years of golden age. However, they only enjoyed half of the heavenly fortune before they met with a great disaster. And it was also because of that battle that it was impossible for the descendants of the primitive emperor to survive. In the end, they chose the most outstanding descendant, Yuan-gu, who was almost as good as the son of the ancient emperor. At night, the mountain forest was bright. The mist drifted over from afar, turning into a dense, colorful light. This place was very lively, and the barbarians were incomparably enthusiastic. When they finally left, Yifan took out 9 drops of the true dragon immortal herb and gave them to the barbarian king, telling him that they could extend the life of the barbarian war god who was sealed in the origin. This gift is too precious. The barbarian king was excited. Even the black tortoise poked its head over from the side of the pond and said, "The true dragon divine medicine of vicious in the past is truly rare." In the end, Yifan and the others embarked on their return journey back to the northern region to fight against Yuan-gu. Although the time was not set, they had to plan early. The monkey said, "I reckon this was Yuan-gu's own decision. The people of the primitive lake will definitely oppose such a life and death battle. They can't afford it, especially if you also cut your way. They will be even more worried." Cutting one's way is too difficult, Yifan said to himself. The 3 slashes of the immortal path would cut off a cultivator's future path. There would no longer be a path to seek. Many people would struggle their whole lives and still not make any progress. At this checkpoint, some people would be enlightened in a single day, while others would sit in sorrow for thousands of years. Many heroes would vomit blood and die, and many beauties would turn white and turn into bones. The heaven slashes of the Tao would destroy one's foundation. If one couldn't be enlightened, it would be useless even if one had great perseverance and diligent cultivation. One would be stuck for a lifetime. The so-called 3 slashes of the Tao is to cut off a cultivator's path, the monkey said. He spoke of his own experiences and all sorts of things for Yifan's reference. With the great battle approaching, who among the younger generation would look down on a challenge from someone with the bloodline of an ancient emperor? If an ancient prince were to cut off his way, he would be an invincible existence in his generation. How can one resist cutting one's way? Perhaps it can be understood as cutting off one's way, cutting off the thoughts in one's heart, cutting off everything and cutting off one's way, Qi Luo explained at the side. In the following month, Yifan sat cross-legged on the cliff. He observed the rosy clouds of the morning and the stars at night. He breathed in and cultivated his qi, drinking dew and eating the rosy clouds as he comprehended his own way. Every morning, little K-er would run up shakily and call out while sucking in a pacifier, "Did the divine sun cut off his way?" As the eldest disciple of the mountain, Tong Tong naturally wouldn't fall behind. He would sit on the cliff every day and breathe in and out with Yifan, swallowing the rosy clouds of the morning. Now that the Bodhi seed was being used by him and little K-er, Yifan no longer needed it. 1 month of contemplation, 1 month of Tao comprehension, and 1 month of meditation. Although Yifan's heart was as calm as still water, he still couldn't take that step. In the end, his heart was in chaos and he couldn't cut off his way. The opportunity to break through this barrier wasn't apparent, so he stood up. "Did the divine sun cut off his way?" asked little K-er as she sat on the grass one morning while carrying a milk bottle. She wiped off her sweat and sat on the grass. "Is master done?" asked Tong Tong expectantly. "We still have to wait." Yifan stroked their heads and walked down the mountain. There were too many things on the other side of the starry sky that he was worried about. He wanted to go back at all times, and this had almost become a curse. Could it be that he had to cut off everything related to Earth? This was equivalent to denying himself, forgetting the past, and erasing his true heart. At the same time, there were also many worlds on this side. Perhaps he would leave in the near future. There were also various kinds of helplessness and reluctance that made it difficult for him to calm down. Severing his emotions, severing his way, severing himself. Yifan had once calculated in silence and thought about it carefully. There were many things he couldn't let go of and all kinds of entanglements. If he were to really calculate it, he would have to cut off himself. What kind of way was that? He didn't know and wouldn't do it at all. Ah! The silver blood emperors were screaming miserably as usual. The Black Emperor had trained them to the point of almost going crazy. It was like this every day, resonating with the barking of the dogs. Li Tian and Yan Yishi would often disappear for a few days and go to the Divine City's Merak Stone Square to ask for guidance. It was possible that they could become disciples of saints. Apart from the occasional appearance of Qi Luo's wine cellar to steal some divine wine, the monkey had always been outside and rarely returned. Li Heishui, on the other hand, had officially become a disciple of the northern region's #1 bandit and had less time to return. It was very likely that he would seclude himself for a few years and never appear again. As for Duanda, it was said that he had discovered an ancient tomb that was constantly haunted. He had escaped back with his face covered in dirt several times. He speculated that it might belong to an ancient tomb of a divine spirit. With a fiery heart, he threw himself into the great archaeology cause and didn't show himself anymore. Ji Ziyue would come once every few days, but seeing that Yi Fan was comprehending the way, she didn't disturb him. She held her chin and was lost in thought on another mountain peak. On the other hand, Dongfang Yi came often and was very enthusiastic about helping Duanda with archaeology. In the end, the heartless Taoist wouldn't agree no matter what. That was because the barbarian's holy weapon had been taken back by the race. If they really dug out a treasure, he was afraid that the barbarians would snatch it from him. Half a month later, news came from the northern region that the human race's divine physique had established a religion called the Celestial Court. Who leaked the news? Yi Fan was stunned because they hadn't announced the Celestial Court to the world at all. Otherwise, it might be nipped in the bud by hell and the human world. The two little fellows have divined. Someone is deducing everything about you and knows that you've established a religion, Qi Luo said. He also felt the seriousness of the situation. Beside him, Gu Fei and Gu Lin nodded seriously. Their big eyes were incomparably pure. Their heaven-stealing art was still lacking and couldn't reach great success. However, they were talented and could still make some divinations. It might be one of our uncles. After a long time, the two little siblings concluded that it was the work of the marvelous diviner's descendants. The father of the two spiritual children still had 1 or 2 senior and junior brothers who were still alive. The human race's divine physique had established a religion called the Celestial Court. This news was like a gust of wind blowing to the ground, causing a wave of discussion. It's actually the Celestial Court. What does he want to do? How could it be this name? What does he plan to do? Almost everyone was stunned. These 2 words weighed millions upon millions of people and had an extraordinary meaning, causing them to feel uneasy. Even the 10,000 ancient races were extremely sensitive to this name. They were all shaken. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the 10,000 ancient races, there were myths and legends about the Celestial Court. Even though they couldn't be verified, everything had vanished like smoke in thin air. However, many ancient races believed that in the distant past, there was a period of annihilated history where gods existed, immortals were born, and an ancient heaven had appeared. The Divine Court of Assassins, the Celestial Court, had also left behind an unforgettable memory for human cultivators. In that dark era, the Celestial Court ruled over the world, and the entire land was shrouded in death. Later on in the Desolate Era, it was rumored that the Azure Emperor also had the intention of establishing the Celestial Court. He had entered the ruins of God and the immortal mausoleum. He had even wanted to move the southern heavenly gate out. However, everything was left unsettled in the end. The great emperor of the demonic race passed away in meditation, leaving behind an eternal mystery. No one knew why he would do such a thing in his later years. Perhaps the Azure Emperor had discovered something and wanted to realize something. But in the end, it was all in the past and the secrets could not be uncovered. The human race's sacred physique has established a religion. Do you guys know? It's called the Celestial Court. I've long since heard of it. He actually came up with such a name. How bold. It's called the Celestial Court. Who can tell me what he wants to do? Isn't his ambition a little too big? At first, there was nothing much. But as people began to discuss and recall the various aspects of this name, many people couldn't sit still. Even the ancient races found it hard to calm down. Yi Fan establishing a religion caused a huge uproar. Because the celestial court was too important, many people couldn't say anything. However, they knew that this name couldn't be casually used. Did he pry into some heavenly secrets? This was the question of many great powers of the human race and the ancient race. The entire world was paying attention to it. Why? He established a religion now? My father didn't even dare establish the celestial court back then. So what gives him the courage to do it now? In the northern region, the one who couldn't calm down the most was the heavenly prince. Great waves surged within him. As for the two words celestial court, he had long thought about it. It was unknown just how long he had thought about it. He said to himself, I was originally waiting until the day I confirmed the Tao before trying to establish the celestial court. In the future, I might establish a religion ahead of time and seize everything you have. In Heavenly Village, the two children were divining again and again. Cold sweat poured out from their bodies. They only divined the two words celestial court, but the results were horrifying. They couldn't divine anything at all. We only know that using this name to establish a religion will have incomparably far-reaching effects. Whether it is good or bad, we really can't calculate it. The two little fellas were both mentally and physically exhausted. Right now, it still isn't time for us to reveal all of our trump cards. Do you guys have any methods of concealing all of this? Yi Fan asked. There's no problem. Grandpa Divine Diviner gave us the symbols refined by past generations of ancestors. We can suppress all heavenly secrets. The two little fellas were full of confidence as they replied with certainty. Then that's good. I will establish a religion outside. It will be a single-person celestial court. Cover up everything else and don't let heavenly secrets leak out. Yi Fan turned around and left. That day, great waves rose in the eastern wasteland again. Yi Fan established a religion named Celestial Court. It was only a single person, but it left all sides shaken. Many people headed north. Many great powers moved out. They all wanted to see why a person dared to come up with this kind of name. Of course, this was also a great danger. That day, there were people who said that this name couldn't appear in the world and that there was no one who could use it. Chapter 852. The Great Era had arrived with great momentum. Now that experts from various races had appeared, it was difficult to remain calm. During this period of time, there was a continuous flow of people heading north into the divine cities. There would be a battle between the strongest in the northern region. The human race's divine physique would fight against the imperial Yuangu. It might be held soon and many people were interested. At the same time, people also wanted to know how the celestial court had been established. Has the divine sun severed his Tao? Every morning, little K-Er would run to Yi Fan with a milk bottle in her arms, panting heavily. She blinked her big eyes and asked persistently. Yi Fan felt that this little fellow was even more tenacious than him. He would always smile and rub her head. Every time, the little fellow would blush and shout that she had worked hard and succeeded. In the end, the monkey, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian all returned. They could sense that a great battle was approaching because Yuangu was about to come out. After successfully severing one's Tao, one needed to consolidate their foundation. Otherwise, this realm would be very unstable and might even fall back to its original state. 2 months was enough. From this, it could be inferred that Yuangu would appear. Moreover, Yi Fan had already asked Yuangu if he dared to fight. If he could, then get out here. If he was a coward, then he should shut up and not challenge him. He didn't want to give this great enemy too much time to prepare because he hadn't severed his Tao. This in itself was a disadvantage and unfair. Everyone believed that Yuangu wouldn't bear the shame of being a coward and would definitely make a strong response in the near future. You should go out and take a walk. Sitting here like this isn't a solution. It's useless for severing your Tao, said the monkey. In the end, Duanda also appeared. He gave up on his tomb raiding and said that he wanted to watch a fierce battle. The others all scolded him for being heartless. Could it be that he wanted to watch a show? Ji Ziyue also appeared and asked Yi Fan if he was confident. Yi Fan replied truthfully that everything was unpredictable. He didn't know how strong Yuangu was. When the various races of the primordial era came into being, they created a heaven square that floated in the sky to exchange for all sorts of precious materials. Many cultivators of the human race were lured there, and no fighting is allowed there. Jiziue looked forward to it and really wanted to take a look. "Do you want to go? Let's go together." Yifan laughed. They ascended the formation platform and disappeared into the realm gate together. With the Black Emperor's Wuxia killing formation and Duanda's half of the Emperor's weapon, no one could stop them in the era when the Saints did not appear. The heaven square drifted about in the sky above all the major cities in the northern region. On this day, it arrived above Kaiyuan City. Yifan and the others walked out of the region gate and soared into the sky. In the sky, there was a huge mass of darkness. It looked like a piece of land. It floated past like a dark cloud, casting a large shadow on the ground. Monkey led the way. He could be considered half a tour guide and had a good understanding of this place. This place was huge, and it was as if they had entered a huge city. Arriving at this sky square, it was like being in the habitat of tens of thousands of races. There were all kinds of races with different appearances. Some were as dignified as gods, and some were ugly beyond belief. "Brother Black, we've encountered your clan again. There's a cultivator from the heavenly dog race over there, and he has a divine ice platform." Li Tian pointed ahead. The heaven square was bustling with activity. There were creatures everywhere, and they came from all races. There were many stalls that were filled with dazzling treasures. Not far away, a cultivator from the heavenly dog race with a pair of pure white wings on his back and a divine halo on his head stood in front of an ice soul that was 1 square meter in size. "It needs to be exchanged with a divine bloodstone. That's a rare treasure. Who would be willing to exchange it? Is this piece of ice really worth that much?" There were many creatures gathered there. "This is a piece of extreme Een ice soul, and it's priceless. It's an essence core of extreme Een, and people with extreme Een constitutions can cultivate with half the effort." Duanda's eyes lit up. The large black dog couldn't sit still anymore, and he circled around the divine ice. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people, he might have directly robbed it. It didn't matter whether it was useful or not. As long as it was something good, it wanted to get its hands on it. However, everything here had to be exchanged. Even if you had a divine source, you might not be able to buy precious materials. The ancient race didn't lack sources. "I definitely have to exchange for this thing. If I give it to little Ting Ting, it'll speed up her cultivation by a lot," Yifan said to himself. "Let's go and take a look around. Divine bloodstones aren't that easy to obtain. It's said that they're stones soaked in the blood of immortals, and there are patterns of the heavens and the earth engraved on them. They can only be found by luck, and they're priceless," the monkey said. There were many creatures in the heaven square, and they rubbed shoulders with each other. There was no lack of powerful human cultivators, and their appearance didn't make the ancient race feel strange. Of course, the monkey had changed his appearance. Otherwise, his characteristics would be too obvious. As the son of Emperor Fighting, he would definitely attract attention. There's a whole gourd of divine earth milk, and its fragrance is so strong that it can prolong one's life. "This is a rare treasure." Duanda sighed in admiration. They discovered another rare treasure, a green jade gourd that was releasing a fragrance. The liquid inside was spotlessly white like jade, the fragrance tempting. What a pity! It's still a few thousand years away, or else it would have already turned into a mortal elixir. At that time, it would be even more precious, second only to undying medicine. On the side, an aged ancient creature shook his head. Suddenly, there was an uproar up ahead. It was unknown just how many people were crowding over, surrounding a straw mat so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone was shouting that a divine object had appeared. What kind of thing exactly appeared to trigger such a commotion? Even more people hurried over. Heavens! It's 9 apertures psychic divine liquid. This is an exceptional precious liquid used to nurture heaven-warping geniuses. How could someone be willing to exchange this type of thing? This place immediately became noisy, couldn't be squeezed over, and it was filled with experts from all different clans. Their eyes released green light. If not for the Heaven Square's restriction formations preventing conflict, they might have long looted and seized it. A stone that was a foot in height was placed on the straw mat. It had a human form, and its chest had already been cut open. A type of 5-colored liquid flowed out, and a fragrance pervaded the air. Even this type of heaven-defying thing can be discovered. Are they not scared of heavenly lightning striking them? Even the Black Emperor was stupefied. This was the most initial stage of a Holy Spirit. When the liquid solidified, it would become a stone person. Then, after several million years, it would become a supreme Holy Spirit. This type of thing could be said to be heaven-defying. Even though it couldn't be used to prolong one's life, for young children, it was a priceless divine object. It was full of spirituality, able to reconstruct bloodlines, immortal foundations, and other things. It was an unmatched divine liquid used to nurture heaven-warping geniuses, something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Its effects on young children were the greatest, and the effects on adults were greatly reduced, because their potential was already set in stone. Little Sparrow, Tong Tong, the 2 spiritual children, all of them are needed. Yifan said with a sigh. Meow. This emperor needs them as well. Even though my arms and legs are old, baptisms a few more times are just as effective. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, feeling extremely restless. Who is this? Why is this type of heaven-defying thing being brought out to exchange? Many people were confused. He is Great Sage Hunchuo's eldest grandson, already 1 foot into the ancestral king realm. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing the mysterious individual who was sitting on the ground covered in black. What do we need to exchange for it? We can use king medicines that can prolong one's life for 800 years, immortal jade elixir, rare dragon marrow, earth fate fruit, and other things. The black-robed individual replied. In that instant, many people understood that Great Sage Hunchuo's lifespan didn't have much left. This was his final struggle, using his 800 years of life to contend against the heavens. Even during the archaic years, it was difficult to find more than a few great sages in the entire star domain. This type of heaven-defying existence was still distressed over the fact that his lifespan didn't have much left, making people feel disappointed and frustrated. The area around the straw mat immediately quieted down. Who could take out a divine medicine that could prolong one's life for 800 years? The psychic divine elixir was indeed precious, but the undying medicine was also peerless. I want the psychic divine elixir, but if Great Sage Hunchuo's life is extended for 800 years because of this, then that would be too terrible. This kind of unmatched existence can wipe out half of an ancient star's life by himself. Yi Fan said to himself. Let's take a look around elsewhere. Li Heishui said. Even though the psychic divine elixir was heaven-defying, the things it needed to be exchanged for were similarly difficult to find. There's a divine blood stone there. The Black Emperor's eyes were sharp. He immediately discovered a stone that was scarlet like blood that had just been placed on a straw mat. Its color was bright, and there were streak after streak of Tao patterns rippling outwards. It was extremely mysterious and eye-catching. Many people immediately surrounded it, asking how they could exchange for it. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to obtain it. It was rumored that this stone could be used to refine forbidden weapons and possessed inconceivable power. I need 100 gene of Yellow Springs water. The person who responded was filled with sinister energy. It was unknown what kind of technique he cultivated, but it made people feel as if they were facing a malicious spirit. This is an expert from the life ghost race. No wonder he needs this kind of thing. However, even if the Yellow Springs water accumulated for tens of thousands of years, only a few bowls would be produced. Everyone shook their heads and left one after another. I'll exchange with you. Yi Fan made his move. When they had just retreated from Fallen Eagle Cliff, they had previously picked the netherworld grass in the underworld. They also took away the Yellow Springs pond within a circumference of 10 zhang. After obtaining the divine bloodstone, they immediately returned. In the end, the lunar ice soul was still there, so they successfully traded. This trip was not in vain. There are so many good things here. I really don't want to move anymore. If I continue, I'll most likely find even more heaven-defying precious materials. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist looting them. The Black Emperor mumbled. They passed by the straw mat of the great sage Hunchuo's descendants and saw the 9 orifices psychic divine elixir again. The few of them still couldn't move, but they still left in the end. An aging, immortal puppet. Ji Ziyue cried out in surprise. She stared at a stone table in front of her. A divine flower was growing in a pot, waiting to bloom. There were words carved on the stone table, and it was written very clearly. Only the instant the immortal puppet bloomed, it would have a divine effect. Consuming it would allow one to remain young forever. It couldn't prolong one's life, nor could it increase one's lifespan. It was of little value to male cultivators, so not many people valued it. However, many female cultivators went crazy for it. This was their nature. Even someone as powerful as the great sage Hunchuo would have a time when his lifespan would dry up. All living beings would grow old, and every female cultivator wanted to remain young forever. Ji Clan's little moon's large eyes blinked. She was obviously tempted, and she kept staring at the unaging immortal puppet. That kind of hopeful and adorable expression made one want to laugh. Don't worry, I'll definitely exchange for it for you, no matter what he needs, Yifan said. After so many days, it was rare to see Ji Ziyue so happy and excited. He naturally wanted to exchange for it. Stone shop, the archaic races also sell stones. Quickly go over there. The large black dog's eyes were sharp, and he discovered the stall in front. The street there was filled with stones, and he immediately cried out in excitement. He grabbed onto Yifan's shoulder with a large paw and said, "Just like how the immoral fatty is an expert at digging up ghosts. This is your domain. Cut out a treasure and exchange for the 9 orifices psychic divine elixir." Yifan swatted away his large paw and asked the stall owner in front of him how the unaging immortal puppet was going to be exchanged. "Unaging immortal puppet!" a female cried out in surprise. Her long blue hair flickered with luster, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Not far away, over a dozen people appeared. Among them, a few were especially eye-catching. Their identities were indescribably noble, and they were all from the archaic imperial race. Many people couldn't help but make way for them. Among these people, Yifan only recognized 2 people. One was Hualin and the other was Yuan Gu. Chapter 853. Yuan Gu's aura became even more vigorous and suffocating. Dao patterns appeared on his bronze-colored skin, and his thick black hair blended with the void. The aura of the great Dao pervaded the air. "Yuan Gu." Yifan didn't say anything, but the monkey almost swung his big stick at him. They had fought a few years ago. "It's you guys." Yuan Gu also raised his eyes. Wu Fa danced like a waterfall, and his tall body was like a demonic mountain. It was so oppressive that people almost stopped breathing. Yifan stopped the monkey and took a step forward to confront the enemy in front of him. Dense Dao patterns appeared between the 2 of them and turned into a domain. Clang! Suddenly, a Dao sword appeared in the void and slashed down. It split open the domain that had formed between the 2 of them and disintegrated the attack that was about to erupt. There was a forbidden formation in the Tianfang Square that forbade fighting. At first, it would be stopped, but if it continued, divine laws would descend and cause both the spirit and the body to perish. Yifan and Yuan Gu both retreated and didn't continue to fight. They couldn't fight here, but the battle intent between them had already risen. "Yuan Gu, how long are you going to hide?" the monkey asked. "So it's the sacred prince. I've already severed my Dao. After killing the human race's sacred physique, I will fight with you and suppress your father's inheritance on behalf of my ancestor," Yuan Gu said domineeringly. This wasn't just strength, but also a kind of self-confidence. After entering the 3rd immortal realm, his entire aura had changed. He had established an unrivaled belief that he could sweep away all opponents. Yifan opened his mouth and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You've been hiding in a corner to consolidate your realm until now, and now you finally dare to come out? All psychological attacks are useless against me. I'm currently unrivaled, and whatever you say is useless. This time, the time is up to you. I'll accompany you at any time. Yuan Gu's words were sonorous. The two sides' encounter in the Tianfang Square immediately attracted attention from all directions. Countless eyes were looking over. The most powerful battle was about to begin. We'll have a life and death battle in half a month, Yi Fan said. Very well. Let's do it at the ancient battlefield of Sunset Perch Plain. The Ancient One replied. After both sides finished speaking, the Heaven Square descended into chaos. Everyone discussed fervently, anticipating the arrival of a great era. The first blood-stained battle of the Emperor's Road had begun. On this day, the news seemed to have grown wings and spread everywhere, attracting the attention of all the major forces. The battle between the sacred physique of the human clan and the ancient emperor bloodline was going to be a significant one. I want this unaging, immortal puppet. What do you need to trade for it? Yuan Gu asked the stall owner. It was obvious that he wanted to give it to the princess of the Fire Qilin Cave. At this moment, the stone table had already been surrounded by people from all walks of life. All kinds of people were paying attention to the strange flower's owner. He could not afford to offend people like Hualiner and Yuan Gu, and the people behind them were also from the royal family. Their pressure made his body tremble. There's an order to things. We were here first, so I'm definitely taking this oddball, said Yi Fan. Brother Yi, long time no see. Let's compete fairly for this divine flower. Hualiner smiled. His blue hair was as bright as silk, and his smile could topple cities. All right, fair competition. Ji Ziyue smiled and walked forward with graceful steps. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, and a bright smile hung on her jade-like oval face. This flower. The stall owner became timid. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave and the primitive lake had taken a fancy to this oddball. Don't be afraid. No one will force you to buy or sell. What do you want in exchange? An old man from the Fire Qilin Cave asked from behind. He was the expert in charge of protecting the princess. He just said that he wants a king jade from the Nine Heavens Divine Jade series or the Great Luo Silver Essence. Someone said from the side. What? His appetite is too big. Yuan Gu muttered to himself. The old royal guard behind him also raised his eyebrows. The Nine Heavens Divine Jade series was a priceless treasure that could be used to forge divine weapons. The Great Luo Silver Essence was also the same. It could only be discovered and not sought. Even the ancestral kings would find it difficult to obtain it. It's a bit outrageous, the old man behind Hualiner said. Even someone of his status had no hope of obtaining it. It was too much to want to trade for a worthless oddball. Although it was an exorbitant demand, there were still many female cultivators who stopped in their tracks. They all wanted to obtain this oddball. Yi Fan sighed softly. It would be difficult to obtain this flower. He had the myriad origin chi and the phoenix blood scarlet gold on him, but he didn't have the great Luo silver essence. He didn't want to disappoint Ji Ziyue and said, "Let's go somewhere else first. I'll definitely help you obtain an immortal flower." Back then, he had cut out a pair of twin divine flowers in the Jade Lake. He hoped that he would be able to obtain some on the street ahead. If he was lucky, he might be able to find one. Obviously, Yuan Gu, Hualiner, and their guards didn't have such a divine material on them. They could only turn around and leave. You must keep it well. I'll definitely send you a divine Jade King in a while, Yuan Gu said as he left. The Heaven Square was a land of crouching tigers and coiling dragons. They wanted to use their connections to borrow a small piece of divine material in exchange for this flower. Yuan Gu naturally didn't think it was worth it. The protectors also opposed it, but Hualiner wanted it wholeheartedly. Now, the primordial lake was proposing to the Fire Qilin Cave for a marriage alliance. No matter how precious this flower was, they had to obtain it immediately. How nostalgic. The days when we roamed the divine city are truly memorable. Li Heishui sighed. Back then, he and Yi Fan had slaughtered everyone in the stone square of the Holy Land. No one knew how many precious materials they had obtained, causing a sensation time and time again. Speaking of which, the day I become the Yuan Taoist master, I'll definitely go to the divine city and capture that stone king. I'll see just what kind of background it has. Yi Fan laughed. They entered the strange stone street and saw nothing but stones piled up into small mountains. They occupied 1/5 of the Heaven Square's territory. Clearly, this was an important place. Many people entered and exited here, and there was no lack of heroes and clan leaders. All of them had great origins. During the Archaic era, there were many precious materials under the earth. Many of them were raw ores that were excavated and auctioned off. The monkey explained. Yifan and the others were moved. These stones had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and were much more valuable than those in the Divine City. This was because these stones were not only a source of gambling, but also various divine materials. There were many people who had cultivated the heavenly eye, but Yifan was the only one in this world. His heart wasn't at peace after arriving here. This is too much of a scam. Yifan walked a few hundred meters and found that there were only useless stones. Occasionally, there were precious materials inside, but they were pitifully small. It wouldn't be worth it to buy them. As long as they have the slightest bit of confidence, they wouldn't bring the stones here to sell. These are stones that have been filtered several times, the monkey said. Moreover, these sellers rarely asked for source materials and would only exchange for the materials they needed. This was because they really didn't lack source materials. After walking for half a street, Yifan finally found a few good things. Unfortunately, the things the owners wanted were either hard to find, or the asking price was too heaven-defying, far exceeding their actual value. Finally, they found a place where they could use source materials to exchange for wondrous stones. However, the amount of divine source required was stupefying, requiring a piece the size of a human head at every turn. After arriving here, Yifan calmed down. After choosing a square meter of greenish-brown stone, he haggled a few times and paid half a human head-sized divine source before starting to cut the stone. First of all, dazzling divine light immediately flew out after cutting through the stone skin. There was divine source inside, so no matter what, it was definitely not a loss. Then Yifan continued to brandish his blade. The stone skin fell off and the divine source was cut open. There was no dazzling light inside, but instead, it was divine and gentle, making one's heart calm down. This is heaven-defying. Such a large piece of great luo silver essence. Just how rare and precious is it worth? The stone was cut open, immediately drawing cries of alarm. This place almost erupted. Many people rushed over. They were all stirred up, wishing they could immediately seize it. The thin layer of divine source contained more than half a square meter of silver metal, flowing with Tao patterns. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The owner of this pile of stone was immediately stupefied. Then, he cried out, "Damned divine source!" Divine source was a mysterious substance that could float in the air and change the weight of the stone. It was difficult to judge the weight of the things sealed inside. More than half a square meter of great luo silver essence. If not for this layer of divine source, it would be enough to crush the ground. The owner of the stone pounded his chest and stamped his feet, cursing the divine source for making him miss out on a treasure. "Brother Blackwater, you have the materials to refine your weapon this time." Yifan smiled. Most people had a main weapon that they refined themselves. It accompanied them as they grew, and it was the king that controlled other weapons. Of course, there were also people who did not choose this path. For example, Duanda, who only focused on assimilating the weapons of others. If he forged a weapon grandmaster after obtaining half a sovereign weapon, then there would be something wrong with his brain. No weapon grandmaster could control the heaven-devouring demonic lid. Previously, in the primordial purgatory, everyone was sacrificing their weapons. Because the material of Li Heishui's weapon was not good, it was used as powder. Yifan wanted to give him the diamond chakram, but Li Heishui was not used to it. He felt that it was better to forge his own main weapon. "I also lack main weapon materials," the large black dog called out. "Me too." Duanda also rubbed his hands. Everyone looked at him with disdain. How could a great emperor who had followed Wu Shi lack main weapon materials? The other had half a sovereign weapon and was still complaining about being poor. He should be struck by lightning. Speaking of which, more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence can be used to forge a few weapons. Even a saint would be jealous. The monkey sighed. The godly materials that Brother Heishui can't use can be taken back to forge a few divine robes for little K, Tong Tong, and the others, Yifan said. So King extravagant. Even Duanda was slightly jealous. I also feel that I lack a sovereign battle robe. The large black dog's skin was thicker than pig's skin. Hurry up and exchange for the ageless immortal puppet. Yifan put away more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence and left. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with a happy smile, and the little dimples that had disappeared for many days reappeared on her face. She ran forward like a cheerful fairy. Did my eyes deceive me just now? Is it really more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence? *CK. There's no justice in this world. In front of the pile of stone materials, a group of people was stunned, and could not come to their senses for a long time. This strange stone street had caused a huge commotion, and many people surged over. When Yifan and the others returned, the ageless immortal puppet was still there. It grew in the earthen pot, sparkling and glistening, and was surrounded by rays of light. The flower bud was about to bloom. According to the request, Yifan took out a piece of silver essence the size of an infant's fist to exchange for this flower. The stall owner was dumbfounded. He did not think that someone would deliver a divine material so quickly, and this made him feel very awkward. Although he wanted to exchange, he was very wary of the far ancient imperial family. According to the rules of the Heaven Square, I can take this flower away after I put down the great luo silver essence. It's useless for you to go back on your word. Yifan threw down the great luo silver essence, and directly picked up the immortal puppet, giving it to Ji Ziyue. So fragrant, as if I'm going to become a celestial. Ji Ziyue picked up the flower pot, and was extremely happy. She smelled the fragrance of the flower, and there was an intoxicated expression on her face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was beautiful and moving. Wait, Yuan Gu and the others returned. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. We've already completed the exchange, Yifan said. It's not over yet. According to the rules, as long as we bring more great luo silver essence than you, this flower will belong to us, Yuan Gu said proudly. He took out a piece of great luo silver essence that was twice the size of Yifan's. Dao patterns flowed out of it, and it was auspicious and dazzling, attracting everyone's attention. What a headache, Yifan said. Put down the flower pot and leave immediately. I'll come and take your life in half a month. Yuan Gu sneered. I mean, why are you so troublesome? Yifan casually opened an artifact space, took out another piece of great luo silver essence, and put it on the ground. What? This is... Not to mention Yuan Gu. Even the old man behind him widened his eyes in shock. With a quick glance, they saw such a large piece of great luo silver essence. Their breathing quickened, and they felt a little dizzy. Not to mention the people present, even the ancestral king would be dumbfounded. How much was such a large piece of treasure worth? It was absolutely heaven-defying. One had to know that most sages couldn't leave behind their sacred weapons after they died. One reason was that it was difficult to refine, but the other was the lack of divine materials. Such a large piece was not cabbage, nor was it scrap metal. It was great luo silver essence, which was no less than the silver essence reserves in the imperial treasury. No one would take it out and use it. Only Saint Kings were qualified to refine it. It was a treasure reserved for peerless masters to use. Put away the silver essence and leave immediately. I'll come and take your life in half a month, Yifan said with a smile as he returned the same words. You! This was the first time the ancient sage's expression changed after he cut his path. It was too embarrassing, especially in front of Hualin. He was looking down on the other party just now, but the human race sacred physique revealed more than half a square of great luo silver essence. His small piece was too shabby in comparison. Is there still justice in this world? Bringing so much with him. Are you trying to kill me? He cursed in his heart. He was furious and felt that he had lost face in front of Hualin. Brother Yi. The princess of the Fire Qilin Cave was delicate and charming. She stared at the strange flower and didn't want him to give it up. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. There was no woman who didn't care about their appearance. Even the daughters of ancient emperors were no exception. The unaging immortal puppet was priceless to them. "I've already given it to someone else," Yifan said. "If you really want to stay young forever, you can come to my house in the future. This unaging immortal puppet might bloom again," Jiziue said with a smile. She hugged the flower pot and wouldn't let go no matter what. "Really?" Huolin asked as her big eyes rolled around. Of course, don't fight with me over this flower." Jiziue had a crafty look on her face. "Where do you live, sister?" Huolin also smiled slyly and went forward to ask. The people at the side were a little stunned. These two girls had actually built a relationship and were inviting each other. The most angry one was Yuan-gu. He stared coldly at Yifan. "This battle will decide life and death. Only one will survive." "That's right. That's what I want too." Yuan-gu and Yifan opened their mouths one after another, opposing each other with equal harshness. A cold, murderous intent filled the air, causing the sky square to turn cold. Chapter 854. Sunset Perch Plains in half a month. "I'm looking forward to the moment your head flies and your golden blood splatters." Yuan-gu glanced at Yifan one last time before turning to leave. "It's one of life's greatest regrets to not be able to fight against the primitive emperor in his youth. I'll just sever his bloodline to console myself," Yifan said indifferently. The scene became deathly silent after hearing this. Even Huolin and the others were stunned. Everyone was shocked and the silence reached an extreme point. How domineering was this? The ancient emperors were like gods in their hearts. No one had ever dared to compare themselves to them. Yet the sacred physique of the human race dared to speak in such a manner. Yuan-gu suddenly turned around and said, "How arrogant! 15 days from now, when the sun rises from the east, I'll see you at Sunset Perch Plains and wash my hands with your sacred blood." The crowd was in an uproar and clamor. They were full of anticipation for this battle. This was going to be the strongest showdown. There was no gimmick, but a true blood-soaked battle on the Emperor's path. The sacred physique of the human race against the bloodline of the ancient emperors. This is too much. He dares to compare himself with the primitive emperors. Does he really think he can prove his Tao? I want to watch that battle and personally see the descendant of the primitive emperor kill the sacred physique of the human race. I'll show the supreme might of the ancient emperors. Many creatures were discussing in the sky square. After all, this place was dominated by the various ancient tribes. Naturally, most of them were biased towards the descendant of the ancient emperors. They felt that Yifan was being too disrespectful. Of course, there were also a small number of human cultivators who were excited after hearing this. They hoped that Yifan would succeed and kill Yuan-gu to show the might of the human race. A storm was coming. Everyone knew that 15 days from now, the eyes of the world would be focused on the northern region. An earth-shattering battle would shake the 5 regions and officially open the curtains. "Sister, it's settled then. I'll be a guest at the southern region's G-clan soon. You must take good care of this strange flower." Huolin smiled and bid farewell to Jiziue. At the same time, he invited her to be a guest at the Fire Qilin Cave during this time. "Let's go as well. Our identities have been recognized. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. There will most likely be great trouble when we leave," Duanda said. He had many enemies and had dug up many people's ancestral graves. He was used to being cautious. Yifan nodded. This time, they unexpectedly obtained such a large piece of divine material, making them feel quite uneasy. They left along Wondrous Stone Street. "Oh, there's a godly iron in that stone, but the price is too high. Wait, there's a divine source in front of us, and it's sealed with pure gold. Alas, what a pity. It's only a piece of violet copper and not a divine material." Yifan looked around as he walked. He wanted to cut out a few more precious materials before he left. This place was piled up like a mountain, but there really were good things here. It was just that the prices were ridiculous. The stone materials in this region aren't ordinary. There are materials everywhere, even though they aren't that precious. Yifan was shocked. "Hurry, Chen's spirit stones of Mu Mountain in place. Ahead. King in Chun in Puri. This place has produced many good things, but the master's requirements are harsh. Strange stones were sold here, but if there was a divine material, they had the right to buy it back. The price was fair. So many rules. Who would be willing to come? Li Tian mumbled. However, Yifan stopped. There was something extraordinary here, especially the stone he was staring at. It contained a divine source and had a living being sealed inside. Can we discuss with them and buy the stone directly instead of cutting it here? That won't do. I heard the master of this stone has a great background. He's the 9 Phoenix King. He might become a great sage in the future. He won't be easy to talk to. The others gasped. The 9 Phoenix King had appeared at the Jade Pool meeting. During the primordial era, the Emperor of Fighting had evaluated him as having good aptitude, and his name had shaken the world. What should we do? Yifan was in a difficult position because he had found something extraordinary. Brat, did you find a treasure? If you can't do it, let's just run after looting. The large black dog suggested. He had seen too many treasures here, and his eyes were red. He had made a few noises, wanting to do something big and then run. Scram. There must be someone waiting for us to make a mistake in the dark. If you want to loot, you can do it yourself another day. Yifan grabbed his neck, warning him not to cause trouble. Brat, did you really find something good? I wonder if they will be fair when they take it back. Duanda's eyes shone with a thieving light. The monkey said, Don't worry. The 9 Phoenix King's name shook the primordial era. He's a rare expert. The stone business under his name won't cause any trouble. We can't afford to lose that person. Fine, I'll go cut it open. I wonder what they will give me in exchange. I really found a treasure this time, Yifan said. Now, he had seen all kinds of good things. To be evaluated like this, it was naturally a rare treasure. The people beside him were all excited. Little Yi, what did you find? Even Ji Ziyue was curious. She tilted her head and asked. The corners of her mouth curled up, and a gentle smile hung on her face. Her entire person was very ethereal, with a kind of divine grace. A dragon, Yifan replied. What? The few people were tongue-tied. They could tell that he wasn't joking and looked very serious. The price of this stone wasn't heaven-defying and was completely affordable. Yifan bought it and began to cut it on the spot. Many people had been paying attention, and when they saw him make a move, they all surrounded him. I'm really looking forward to seeing what a hibernating dragon is. The Black Emperor sect was drooling. He lay in front of this limestone, unwilling to leave even half a step. This was a meter-long limestone. It was very inconspicuous and was placed in a corner. Obviously, not many people paid attention to it. Even the people in charge of guarding the stone didn't care at all. The surface of the stone was scratched, and a dazzling brilliance shot out. No matter what, they had cut out a divine source, so they definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. There's a living creature inside. Someone with sharp eyes cried out. Kacha! Yifan moved very quickly. He opened the stone in almost an instant, revealing a basin-sized divine source. There was actually a coiling dragon inside, and its entire body was golden and dazzling. Could it be that another divine silkworm came out? Li Heishui was bewildered. However, the others were stupefied. This couldn't be a divine silkworm. Its characteristics were obvious, and it was completely different from the form of the divine silkworm race. This is a true dragon? Why do I smell a medicinal fragrance? It's so fragrant, and I really want to take a bite. Many people cried out in alarm. They all opened their mouths wide and looked at the coiling dragon in disbelief. If it stretched out, it would be close to a meter long. It had a very special aura, not mighty but holy. It's dead, not alive. But this is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Many people had seen Yifan cut out the Daluo silver essence with their own eyes. Now that they saw such a divine object appear after he opened the stone, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. What exactly is this? It's so fragrant. It can't be a dragon-shaped divine medicine, right? What a heaven-defying treasure. These people are really blessed by the heavens. They've obtained precious treasures after opening the stone twice. How enviable! A large number of people surged over, all of them clicking their tongues in wonder. They couldn't recognize what it was, and some people suspected that it might be the corpse of a true dragon. Motherf asterisk Kerr, damn dog, you've made my shoes wet. Yi Fan kicked it. At this moment, the large black dog's saliva flowed down like a small river. Its large paws hugged the divine source, and it shouted, "It's mine. None of you are allowed to take it." Duanda also acted like he was possessed by a fiendish god. He pulled Yi Fan to the side and rode on the large black dog's body to fight over this divine source. He wanted to take it for himself, to make two of the most shameless and greedy bastards so excited. It was needless to say that it was a heaven-defying precious material. Obviously, the two of them recognized it and fought over it with all their might. Could it be? Yi Fan looked closely and came to a sudden realization. Just at this moment, the elites in charge of guarding the stone material appeared and said, "We want to take back this sect's heaven-defying treasure. Take back my ass, what are you going to use to exchange for it?" The Black Emperor was anxious and immediately chattered with Fatty Duan, actually discussing robbing it on the spot. It's a rare dragon chimera, and such a large one is about the same size as a true dragon. It's even more precious and priceless, an old man said. It's really a dragon chimera. How can it be so large? It's really heaven-defying. It's a rare, precious medicine. Many people exclaimed. In the present world, there wouldn't be more than 10 dragon chimeras, and the longest was only a foot long. Among them, 3 were in the Jade Pool and 1 was in the Immortal Mansion world. Yi Fan had once been lucky enough to see it. A foot-long dragon chimera was almost on par with a medicine king, let alone this one. It was close to a meter long, and its fragrance wafted out through the divine source. It's a pity that it died, and its blood coagulated, and its medicinal properties decreased sharply. Otherwise, such a rare dragon chimera would definitely be worth a small half of an immortal medicine. An old man who knew the rope side. Even so, this dragon chimera was priceless, and few things could be compared to it. If it was refined as a main medicine, it could prolong one's life for 600 to 1,000 years. What kind of concept was this? It would make even the ancient saints bow down to beg. In this world, there was nothing more precious than lifespan, especially when it was about to run out. The 1-meter-long dragon chimera was golden all over, and lying in the source, it looked more like a true dragon than the 3 seen in the Jade Pool swamp. It was lifelike, and the golden dragon's body was bright, overflowing with spiritual chi. Every drop of essence and blood in its body was a precious life. In the end, the Black Emperor and Duanda's plan to loot failed. A large number of experts appeared around them, and each of them was full of blood chi. They were frighteningly powerful, and if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be able to break through. "What will you use to exchange for this dragon?" Yi Fan asked. He was very calm as he sat on a treasured chair that was specially brought over for them. Ji Ziyue also smiled and said, "This is a priceless immortal treasure. Do you have the immortal medicine? Do you have the great emperor's exclusive materials? Other than these, I can't think of anything else to exchange." The subordinates of the 9 Phoenix King were in a difficult position. There really weren't any treasures to exchange. "Can I have a word with you guys?" At this moment, a black-robed expert appeared, and everyone involuntarily made way for him. He found the 9 Phoenix King's disciples. He's the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo, and he already has 1 foot in the ancestral king realm. Everyone cried out in surprise. They all knew why he had come. He had the 9 orifices psychic divine fluid, and he could exchange for this dragon chimera. The 9 Phoenix King's disciples didn't dare to slight him. How powerful was the great sage Hunchuo? He alone was enough to destroy the living beings of half an ancient planet. If they provoked him, there would be no way out of this world, including the 9 Phoenix King. "We need to report this matter to the 9 Phoenix King immediately. This dragon chimera is too precious, and we can't make the decision," the 9 Phoenix King's disciples said after the 2 sides talked. "Okay, I'll wait for the 9 Phoenix King's reply." the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo said. Yifan sighed in his heart. He knew that this would happen, but even if he didn't cut the stone, it would be discovered sooner or later. There was already a crack on the stone, and with a slight touch it might split open. The fragrance contained within would definitely spread out, and any ordinary person would be able to discover it, let alone these powerful ancient races. Rather than that, it was better for him to cut it open, and he could exchange for some immortal treasures. For hours later, an expert returned and said, "The Nine Phoenix King has incomparable respect for the great sage Hunchuo. After learning that he wanted to borrow his life for 800 years to compete with the heavens, he is very impressed and is willing to give up the immortal treasure. Many thanks. I will repay you generously in the future," the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo said. He then walked over and said to Yifan and the others, "I am willing to exchange the 9 orifices psychic divine fluid for the dragon chimera. Is that possible?" Chapter 8:55. Now that things had reached this point, there was no other choice. Although the gains were astonishing, Yifan still felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if he could see the great sage Hunchuo standing on this ancient star, overlooking all life and fighting against the heavens for 800 years. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? 800 years is very far away. Who knows, maybe the great sage Hunchuo has already passed away in advance, and you might have already become a great saint physique, the Black Emperor said. He was not worried at all. The joy of the harvest rushed into worry. Yifan, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others were all very excited as they stared at this strange stone. It was a celestial treasure used to nurture heaven-warping geniuses. This stone was about a foot tall, and its stone skin was yellowish-brown. It had a human shape, and a small hole had been cut in its chest. 5-colored liquid flowed out, and a fragrance wafted through the air. The creation of the Holy Spirit was very mysterious. It was the product of the interaction between heaven and earth. The liquid was the essence of the Tao, and it contained the laws of heaven and earth. Once it turned into stone, it would form the inner skeleton of a stone man. It needed to be nurtured by heaven and earth for millions of years before it would appear. Because it was born from the interaction of the great Tao, once it appeared, the winds and clouds would change. It would stand at the peak of the extreme Tao, and could be compared to the great ancient emperors. This was the most primitive form of the Holy Spirit, and it could be said to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It was discovered by someone as soon as it turned into an egg, and its Tao essence was cut out. A drop of spiritual liquid falling into a bucket of water can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones of a young child once. "Once a month is enough," an elder at the side said. Everyone's eyes were red. What kind of heaven-defying thing was this? If a clan obtained this kind of thing, what kind of genius could they nurture in the future? 3 to 5 young children would not be enough, and it could be used for 2 to 3 generations. If their aptitude was good enough with this kind of assistance, what kind of glorious future would they have? It really made people jealous. Duanda rubbed his hands, very excited, and then he felt great hatred. Why was he already so strong? He said with a calm expression, "Actually, I feel that the bones and internal organs in my body are still very tender. After receiving the baptism of the Holy Spirit liquid a few times, there will be no problem at all." "That's right. I also feel that you're very young. You're like a flower that has just bloomed, or a sprout that has just emerged from the earth's surface. You need spirit medicines to water you." The large black dog was also very thick-skinned. Yifan, the monkey, Li Heishui, and the others looked at them in disdain. One was a Tao ghost who had crawled out of some ancient tomb, and the other was a dog who had once followed an ancient emperor. How dare they pretend to be young? They sealed the 9 apertures psychic divine elixir and quickly left. They couldn't stay here any longer. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes were watching this place. If not for the restrictions fighting and the unmatched archaic killing formation's intimidation, they would have long since fought over it. "Everyone, there is a teleportation platform in the center of the Heavens Square. It can ensure everyone's safety." An old man kindly reminded them. The formation platform was very ancient and densely packed with Tao patterns. It could adjust the sequence of the patterns and change the direction and distance. Its existence was to prevent bad things from happening. In the end, they successfully returned to the heavenly village. When Qi Luo learned that they had obtained the 9 Apertures Holy Spirit elixir, he was so excited that he almost offered them as a tribute. Clouds and mist rose above the mountain peak. Little K, Tong Tong, Gu Fei, and Gu Lin were baptized on that very day. All the bones in their bodies crackled continuously, and numerous blurry fragments of regulations were branded into their bodies. Ouch! The few little fellows cried out loudly and struggled violently. Even little K resisted strongly. She directly smashed the milk bottle onto Qi Luo's head and waved her hands and legs to kick him. However, they were still pressed into 4 wooden barrels to be cleansed of their marrows and bones. This was a kind of transformation. I really don't know how lucky I am. I really want to return to my youth and cultivate all over again, Duanda said. I want to leave behind a portion of the Holy Spirit elixir. The large black dog couldn't forget the natural saint physique and wanted to nurture a second Wu Shi. From this day onwards, Yifan began to meditate, and he began to consider how to resist Yuangu. After meeting him in the Heaven Square, he realized how terrifying and unfathomable Yuangu was. Yuangu had inherited the physique of the ancient emperor, and this kind of bloodline power was unparalleled. It could be said that Yuangu's physical body wasn't inferior to Ling Han's. Now that he had also severed his Tao, he was 1 tier higher than Ling Han, which made him even more terrifying. The chances of victory were really not high. This was the conclusion that the monkey and the others had arrived at after deducing. They had all advised him not to fight, and it wouldn't be too late to go after he had severed his Tao. The scriptures written by the primitive emperor are difficult and profound. Once you comprehend them, you can pluck the stars and capture the moon, destroy a galaxy, and possess boundless divine might. The monkey explained the various powerful aspects of this technique. Yifan listened carefully, while Duanda and the Black Emperor helped analyze from the side. They cited some classic battles from ancient times, where the weak defeated the strong. How can we weaken ourselves before we even fight? Even if he has severed his Tao, he still might not be invincible, Yifan said. Although this was what he said, he still had to be extremely cautious. He analyzed all kinds of possible disadvantageous factors and thought about how to fight. You have learned several ancient scriptures. This is a type of hidden danger. When the monkey learned what Yifan had learned, he immediately frowned. Although he had 6 scriptures, they weren't connected at all. It was like a dragon that had been severed into several pieces, and it was difficult for him to unleash the invincible might of a dragon soaring into the sky. Yifan smiled bitterly. He had already realized this problem now. It was useless to be the strongest in a certain secret realm. The key was the overall balance, and he understood this more and more when he reached the edge of severing his Tao. Tao scriptures, Western Emperor scriptures, and so on coexisted. Although the few secret realms were connected, they weren't as smooth and perfect as before. They lacked a kind of divine rhythm. Unless you can combine several ancient scriptures into one, cultivate your own technique, and create your own Tao, it's better to comprehend all the scriptures, Duanda said. This was the truth, but Yifan couldn't do anything about it. Back then, what he had obtained were all incomplete scriptures, and he had pieced them together by himself. He wasn't born in a holy land or a divine dynasty, so it was difficult for him to possess a complete scripture. Being the strongest in every secret realm made me happy in the past, but now that I've cultivated successfully, I've discovered the truth, and it has become a type of problem. Yifan pondered, but he wasn't afraid. If he wanted to prove his Tao, he had to create his own technique. The large black dog was embarrassed and said, "Although I also discovered the problem in the past, I felt that it was better to be brave and open up. If you gathered all the scriptures in one body, and in the end you might be able to obtain the strongest scripture." The ancient scriptures left behind by the primitive emperors are very terrifying, especially the last forbidden scripture. It's a supreme technique, and even now, no one knows about it, because those who have seen it have all died, the monkey said. Before the great ancient emperors passed away, they would complete the scriptures they had written in their lifetime. The so-called completion was to add the last forbidden scripture. That was the core and essence of their Tao. This kind of secret technique would shock the gods and make the immortals weep every time it appeared. At the moment when the scripture was finally completed, all kinds of calamities would descend, and strange phenomena would burst forth. It was incomparably demonic. Every person who proved their Tao was like this. Before they passed away, evil winds would howl angrily between heaven and earth, and a great calamity would descend. They would leave behind the perfect scripture at the last moment, and there were countless legends about this. Yifan sighed inwardly. Until now, he had never seen the last forbidden immortal text of any ancient scripture. This was a great regret of his. Ziyue nodded and said, "My brother only learned one forbidden technique in the past, and he never had the chance to use it. Now that he's going to become the patriarch, he has the chance to thoroughly see the last page of the secret text." Yuan Gu, with his special identity, had definitely seen the entire ancient scripture of the primitive emperors long ago. Presumably, he had already memorized the last page of the divine text by heart. This kind of secret text is very terrifying and very difficult to deal with. Those who fought against it in the past all died. The only fortunate thing is that you have the 9 secrets. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to contend against it, the monkey said. The celestial 3 slashes of Tao. Yuan Gu can already understand part of the essence of the last page of the scripture. "This is indeed troublesome," the Black Emperor said. "I just want to teach you a secret technique created by my father, and it will be difficult for you to learn it in a short period of time. The last page of the secret text is difficult and profound," the monkey said. Yifan thanked him, expressing that he appreciated his kind intentions. There was less than half a month left, so where would he have the time to learn the essence of an ancient scripture? Moreover, that was the Tao of the Battle Clan, so it was not good for him to really go and look at it. "I'll go and beg my brother to teach you the last page of the immortal text," Ziyue said softly when there was no one else around. She was very worried, and felt that it was too difficult to defeat Yuan Gu. "There's no need to be like this. I will win this battle and return alive." Yifan hurriedly stopped her. He did not want Ziyue to become a sinner of the clan. When everyone had left, and only Yifan was left, silently thinking about how to defeat his opponent, the large black dog turned back. "Forget it. I will teach you a type of technique, but you cannot mention its origin to anyone." Yifan was stunned, and he turned around. Then, he came to his senses and said, "This is Great Emperor Wu Shi's profound technique?" Silence. The Black Emperor was like a thief. He stood on the mountain peak and looked around, afraid that someone was eavesdropping. Wu Shi's name was famous throughout the ages, and countless people coveted his scripture. However, since ancient times, no one had been able to obtain it, and everyone was very regretful. His strength was undeniable. Yifan resisted the urge to violently beat him up, and waited for him to teach him the scripture. In the past, he had interrogated the Black Emperor more than once, but this guy was too tight-lipped, saying that he had never read the scripture. "This time, I really feel that you are in danger." Even those 2 spirit children were sweating profusely when they were divining, and they could not see anything. "I had no choice but to save you this time. Of course, you have to understand that I was only thinking about the Tao embryo of the innate saint physique coming into this world." The large black dog jabbered on endlessly, and the more he spoke, the more irritating Yifan became. "Pa!" Yifan slapped the back of his head, and said, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and teach me the technique." Woof! F***ck. The imparting of the scripture failed, and the battle between the human and the dog began, causing the 2 silver blood emperors in the distance to tremble with fear. "Go, God's son!" On another mountain, little Kay held a pacifier in her mouth, and walked unsteadily, waving her little hands as she cheered. When everything calmed down, the Black Emperor used his divine sense to speak directly into Yifan's mind, and said, "I really have not seen Wu Shi's scripture, but I have seen him practice some Tao techniques, and I remember some of them. According to the large black dog, those secret techniques were too profound, and even if a great sage were watching from the side, it would be difficult for him to completely master them and imprint them in his mind. Thus, this technique was definitely flawed, and he could forget about obtaining a peerless divine technique. However, it was undoubtedly incredibly powerful, and it would definitely help him avoid death. I don't need you to teach me the specific technique. You only need to show me the scenes you saw that day, and I will comprehend them myself, Yifan said. What do you mean? Do you think you are more powerful than me? Do you really think you can comprehend the flawless Wu Shi's secret technique? The Black Emperor's expression was unkind. I just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work, then you can give me some guidance later. Yifan tempted him, and promised to help him cut out a pile of godly materials from the Heaven Square next time. The greedy large black dog compromised, and then haggled for a while. Only then did he change his shameless nature, and his expression became solemn and solemn, as if he had changed his soul. Watch carefully. At this moment, his expression was solemn, and divine light shone from between his brows, and a seal rushed out. Ancient memories were opened, and a series of frightening images appeared. A terrifying aura flowed, and a great emperor was resurrected in the images. A majestic figure appeared on a Tao platform, and he stepped on all the patterns of the great Tao. Chapter 856. This person seemed to be able to shatter the eternal. He stood on the Tao platform just like that, trampling all the Tao patterns beneath his feet. Even the great Tao had to submit. The natural laws of heaven and earth were unobstructed, all obeying his commands. Wuxia. Was this Wuxia? An unrivaled existence who could sweep through the heavens. Someone who had been talked about for thousands of years. Who could actually see him? There were no portraits of him in this world, and no one knew his true identity. Yifan's heart pounded violently. This man on the Tao platform was too special. He had an extraordinary temperament. With me there would be no heavens, and with me there would be no Tao. He seemed to be able to represent heaven and earth, representing the eternal and the great Tao. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his figure was majestic and imposing. He was like an immortal monument that stood there, unsurpassable by anyone. Unfortunately, his back was still facing the world, and no one could see his true appearance or the expression in his eyes. This made Yifan feel incomparable regret. At this moment, the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. It was as if he had crossed thousands of years to arrive. It was as if he was truly looking up at a flesh and blood Tao corroborator. Why was it like this? Yifan had a misconception. Why was this unparalleled existence that was both man and God always had his back facing the world? This was the case in the Purple Mountain. The old Tao platform was engraved with the mottled passage of time, recording the life of the great emperor. He sat there alone with his back facing the world. What was he looking at? Hong. Great Emperor Wuxia began to evolve. His laws, his techniques, and his Tao seemed to traverse the past and present, appearing before his eyes, appearing in the world of mortals. Strand after strand of Tao light flew out, and divine laws interweaved one after another. He became the center of heaven and earth, and even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. Wuxia's laws, there was no need to talk about the mysteries, but this kind of aura alone was shocking. What kind of power was this? He seemed to be the center of the universe. Hong! A wave of aura rushed over, drowning Yifan. He was shocked. He felt as if there was a living person with his back facing him. It was as if great Emperor Wuxia was still in this world, right in front of him, evolving the Tao corroborating secrets. Everything was so mysterious that his attention was drawn over. This was a type of technique. It wasn't Wuxia's complete Tao, but it was enough for others to spend an entire lifetime comprehending it. Perhaps they would only be able to scratch the surface. It's very close, yet very far. I can't see it clearly. I don't know how to operate it. Yifan's heart was as calm as still water, and he didn't panic. He opened his heaven's eye to see the essence, and his ear of the clairaudient also listened to the sound of the Tao, and captured the trajectory. I hear the wondrous sound of the Tao. A ripple appeared in his heart. His ears were ringing with the Tao, interweaving into tangible traces that appeared in his mind. Yifan moved his body. His body moved according to his thoughts, using his body as a magical imprint to merge with heaven and earth. He began to deduce again and again. He forgot everything else and didn't know where he was. There was only an imposing figure in front of him. That was his goal, the root of his pursuit. The boundless void, the eternal Tao. Yifan had forgotten about everything else. There was only the Tao in front of him. He kept chasing after it, wanting to grasp it in his hands. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, splitting apart this world and shattering this tranquility. It disrupted the order of time and space, freeing him from this state. Brat, you've gone mad. A large black pole rested on his shoulder, shaking him vigorously. What's wrong? Why did you interrupt my thoughts? Just then, I was about to grasp everything in my hands, Yifan asked. Just then, you were about to transform into the Tao. Even your body was about to transform into the laws of heaven and earth. The large black dog said solemnly. Transforming into the Tao was a terrifying phrase. Many powerful cultivators would eventually take this step. Their bodies would die, and their Tao would disappear, returning to the laws of heaven and earth. Is that so? But I'm clearly close to that divine technique, and I'm about to grasp it, so why did I transform into the Tao? He asked himself. That's because Great Emperor Wuxia is too powerful. He can suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the laws he manifests are unparalleled in this world. You haven't reached that cultivation level yet you want to be like him? You're definitely seeking your own death. However, the large black dog was also considerably astonished. He hadn't thought that Yifan would be so invested and have this kind of comprehension ability. He had practically grasped the essence of that technique. You can't grasp it. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to do it, so you can't force it. No one knows the emotions that Great Emperor Wuxia had when he created that technique. If you can't resonate with it, you'll never be able to fully comprehend it. Then Yifan began to comprehend it again. He gazed at the figure with his back to the masses, manifesting the Tao in his heart, comprehending the secret technique, and forgetting about everything else. In the end, everything disappeared. The Black Emperor shut off that ancient memory, and only Yifan stood alone on the mountain peak. He closed his eyes, silently comprehending it. What did you pass on to him? Is it Wu Shi's Tao? Duanda appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He emerged from a thief's hole and asked the Black Emperor. Woof! You dare to eavesdrop! The large black dog chased after him and tore at him. Boundless celestial being, how could I be that kind of person? Besides, you were passing on the technique in your heart, so how could I see it? Duanda said. The Black Emperor stopped and said, his comprehension ability and cultivation isn't bad, and he quickly understood the Tao and grasped the essence. Unfortunately, he isn't an innate saint physique. Who moved the heavenly village's ancient tomb's stone tablet away? Qi Luo's voice traveled over from afar, and then he roared angrily. He had discovered a thief's hole. I'll leave first. When the time comes, I'll go and watch a world-shocking battle. Duanda shrank his neck, and then disappeared into the hole. A day and a night later, Yifan woke up. He faced the morning glow and stretched out his hands. His entire body was surrounded by the radiance of the sun, and his entire person became incomparably brilliant. Is this one of Great Emperor Wu Shi's secret techniques? He muttered to himself. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck out with all his strength towards his left hand. Then he used Wu Shi's secret technique to defend himself, and a strange thing happened. Perhaps I've understood Great Emperor Wu Shi's path. Yifan looked at his own hands, and his heart was shaken. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart trembled violently. Yifan had used such a short amount of time to comprehend that kind of technique, and it felt extremely astonished. Being able to comprehend to this step is extremely remarkable. No one can obtain the flawless Wu Shi technique, the large black dog said in a low voice. Then he ran forward and said, the path that Great Emperor Wu Shi has taken, as well as his Tao, is something that no one can see through. There's no need for you to think too much, and you should hurry up and consolidate it. Time passed very quickly. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 6 days left. A kind of nervous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone in the heavenly village was waiting. Divine Sun will definitely win. Even little Kayer knew about it. She hugged her milk bottle, and her steps were unsteady. She clenched her tender fist tightly as she spoke. In these past few days, the North region had become a place where powerful figures gathered. Experts from all over the world appeared, and they all wanted to watch this great battle. Could be said that this battle had far-reaching effects. Concerned many things. The battle between the saintly physique of the human race and the ancient emperor bloodline, from a certain perspective, was also a competition between the two great forces. It was a dialogue between the strongest. The great era had arrived, and the heaven and earth had long been dyed with blood. A few heroes of the younger generation had also died, but it was far from shocking enough. Talents like Hua Yunfei, the Middle Emperor Yuan Gu, and Huang Shudao were the focus of attention, and no one had ever died before. And this time it would be a terrifying collision, and the most eye-catching battle of the younger generation would occur. Regardless of whether it was the death of Yuan Gu or the death of the saintly physique of the human race, both would cause a great earthquake. The great battle had not yet begun, but waves had already been stirred up in the North region. All kinds of discussions soared into the sky, and it was unknown how many pairs of eyes were paying attention. Who would win, who would lose, who would be weak, and who would be strong? This caused a heated discussion, and the entire North region was no longer peaceful. Everyone's attention was on it, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Yifan left the heavenly village and walked alone in the wild mountains. He strolled outside the Purple Mountain, arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and appeared at the edge of the falling eagle cliff. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others wanted to follow him, but he did not agree. He traveled alone and adjusted his condition in order to reach his peak. He walked through many primitive regions and arrived at many desolate mountain ranges that he had never set foot in before. In the end, he crossed the void and arrived at the southern region alone. Experts from all walks entered the northern region, and the ancient battlefield of Dawnperch Plain was no longer silent. The clouds of battle were dense, and many people had arrived in advance. All of a sudden, it became much livelier. In the noisy northern region, experts continuously rushed over, and all of them were waiting. This battle affected everyone's hearts. However, at this time, Yifan entered the fiery domain alone. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and went straight to the 9th level. The temperature here was terrifying, and even saints would be afraid to take a step forward. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and began to frantically absorb it. 9-colored mist surged violently. This was the most terrifying flame in the world, and it turned into blazing light that entered the cauldron. One must not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard. This battle was watched by the whole world, and all kinds of dangerous situations might occur. The ancient tribes were filled with true experts, and if a strong person interfered, the consequences would be unthinkable. He did not know whether the saints of the human race would appear, and he needed to pave his own path of retreat. Even if someone in the dark reached out, he would be able to escape unscathed. Both sides had already agreed that they would not use their inherited sacred weapons, and they would fight with true strength. Yifan agreed. Otherwise, if Yuan Gu took out the primitive emperor's weapon, there would be no need to fight. This battle would be a true showdown of strength. He would not use his flames unless something unexpected happened and someone wanted to harm him. He would only use them as a backup plan. A rustling sound could be heard, as if there was a creature crawling about. Yifan was startled, and when he turned around, he saw the ultimate immortal flame again. At the end of the fiery domain was a barren land without any signs of life. There were not even any flames, but it was rumored that an immortal had been burned to death here, and the ancient desolate tower had floated here for thousands of years. A small tree was moving, and the rustling sound came from it. The flames were throbbing, and there were many mysterious and unfathomable symbols that could burn down the heavens and destroy eternity. This was a terrifying place. Even saints would tremble when they saw this ultimate flame. No one could resist it, and anyone who came into contact with it would be turned into ashes. The ancient records were vague, and it was hard to say whether this tree flame existed or not. However, Yifan had come here twice and he had personally seen it. He did not dare to act recklessly, and calmly waited for it to disappear. Jiu, the tree flame flickered, and it was less than a meter tall. A small bird appeared on one of the branches. Its wings were beautiful, and it was chirping non-stop. Just like the flames, it was formed from symbols and laws. Immortal Phoenix. Yifan was shocked. It was shaped like a phoenix, vivid and lifelike. It was less than the size of a palm, and as it moved about while bathing in flames, it was mysterious and unfathomable. He had a bad premonition and quickly retreated. However, right at this moment, that dazzling bird chirped a few more times, and then spat out a speck of light. This speck of light was extremely fine. Before it even approached, the terrifying temperature already arrived. It was as if it could burn down the world, making one's blood run cold. This was the ultimate flame at the end of the fiery domain. Even though it was just a strand of weak light, it was still unbearable. It was difficult for Yifan to evade even if he wanted to. It was too fast and it had already closed in. He brought out the Bodhi seed to block this strand of blazing light. It was clear that this was a symbol. It turned into a strand of hair, and it burned down the void. Hong! Suddenly, the Bodhi seed released endless light, but it could not block it. It was about to split apart. Buddhist light. Yifan was shocked. He never thought that this seed would contain Buddhist force, because he had never sensed it before. He used the rho symbol to retreat, but he couldn't break free from this strand of light. He used the all-life energy cauldron to block it, and at the same time he brought out all types of divine objects to defend. Chong! Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. That strand of light was blocked. It was actually a divine ancient scripture. That was half a page of scripture fragments that were bright red like blood. It was brought back from North Star, but he had never been able to comprehend it. It was because it did not have any words, only incomplete Tao patterns. Dense mist rose, and it was incomparably brilliant. Scarlet multicolored light dyed his entire body red, almost translucent. There was a phoenix cry that was clear and ear-splitting. The half-page of divine ancient scripture forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold resonated with that strand of light. Chapter 857. The multicolored haze was dazzling, and the blood-red scripture was trembling. It was forged from phoenix blood gold, and with zhang sounds. It was as if an immortal phoenix that had been trapped for a long time was about to break out. The fine flame merged with it, turning into a jumping symbol. It released an even more resplendent light, and the two resonated in a mysterious and unfathomable manner. Yifan retreated backwards. His eyes were like torches as he stared rigidly in that direction, fearing that he would miss something. Chirp, chirp. In the depths of the fiery domain, that bird leapt about, bathed in flames like a divine phoenix. It continuously cried out as it stood on top of the meter-tall tree flame, and the scorching heat assaulted his face. It flapped its wings and actually wanted to fly, but in the end, it didn't leave the tree flame. It opened its mouth and spat out a strand of light, and like a streak of bright lightning, it scattered down. What is this? It's all formed from symbols. Is it really the essence of an immortal flame? Yifan's expression changed. He was worried that this half a page of immortal text was exceptionally precious. If it was destroyed here, then it would be troublesome. This was something he brought back from the tiger's mouth. Buddhist light shone, and the Bodhi seed floated in the air. A type of Buddhist might surged, blocking the fine flame in front of it. The seed's outer shell was changing, and it seemed like it was going to crack and fall off. A great Buddha appeared, sitting cross-legged in the void while being roasted by the flame. There was a sorrowful expression on its face, and it didn't move at all. His body erupted with endless light. Yifan was astonished. The Bodhi seed actually possessed this type of mysterious power. This was something he had never heard of before. Contained a Buddha image, so what exactly was so strange about it? Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A rustling sound rang out, and that small tree began to move. That bird continuously chirped as it rushed into the air, overlooking everything. The Bodhi seed's strange transformation caused the mysterious flame to also change. It wanted to move over, and the temperature became more and more frightening. Even the void was being burned. Yifan's scalp went numb. This thing was definitely impossible to defend against. There were records in the ancient texts that immortals had been burned to death in the depths of the fiery domain, leaving behind ashes. Regardless of whether this was true or false, it still proved how terrifying it was. He had no way of retreating. If that phoenix-like bird swooped down, then it would be a great disaster. There was no way to avoid it. Right now, they were in a delicate state of equilibrium. Once it was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jujo. The palm-sized phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a faint light that sprinkled down. The Bodhi seed's Buddhist light flourished even more. The patterns on its surface were changing, and the fiery light was approaching. This won't do. The more I resist, the worse it will be. The flames formed from symbols have no consciousness and are merely being attracted by an external force. Yifan gradually understood the profoundness of the situation. If he fought against it, he would most likely die faster. If Wu just stood there, it would not approach him. At this moment, the Buddha body's precious appearance was dignified. Endless light blossomed, attracting even more symbol flames. Even that small tree was almost right in front of him. The Bodhi seeds seemed to be melting. Yifan gritted his teeth and sent a strand of his divine sense into the Buddhist light. It entered the Bodhi seed and tried to change everything. There was no divine will on it, only a fine imprint that was stirring up the Bodhi force, evolving into a great Buddha, becoming endless divine light. Yifan easily entered. The flames pressed on, and the previous imprint was almost erased. It gradually lost contact with the seed and was about to disappear in midair. The great Buddha grew dim and then slowly disappeared. Boundless light entered the Bodhi, but soon after, another figure appeared. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and he sat cross-legged in the void like a demon god, releasing millions of rays of divine light. This is... Yifan was shocked. The Buddha body disappeared, and he appeared to take its place. The tree flames closed in, and the phoenix cried. The terrifying flames burned. The seed floated up and down. Yifan felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of purgatory and was being tormented. What happened? He didn't understand. He felt as if he was going to be turned into ashes. He calmed his mind and quickly adjusted his mood. He gathered all of the will that had entered the seed and submerged it. In midair, the demonic god figure gradually disappeared. The flames danced, and the seed seemed to have melted. The patterns on its surface had undergone a great change. The tree flames formed from symbols rustled. They no longer confronted each other and left this place. The seed fell to the ground, and Yifan became clear-headed. The will retreated and returned to his body. He then picked up the seed and observed it carefully. He was astonished. In the past, there was an innate Buddha on it formed from all kinds of natural patterns. Now everything had changed. That Buddha had disappeared and turned into his form. Yifan was absent-minded. The seed originally had someone else's imprint on it, and it might become a great disaster in the future. That was because he had no secrets from the seed. Yet now, this cluster of mysterious talisman flames was pressuring him, putting an end to a type of latent danger and extinguishing it while it was still budding. This seed is quite miraculous. Only now does it belong to me. Yifan held the seed in his hand and felt that it was even closer than before. It was as if he could hear a mysterious sound coming from the distant past. He had long since stopped using this seed to comprehend the Tao. Right now, he wasn't trying to help it understand, but rather truly grasped a strange rhythm. It's half a page of immortal text. The tree flames disappeared, but that phoenix bird didn't retreat. It floated in midair and stared at the scripture cast from phoenix blood gold. It spat out many streaks of multicolored light. At this moment, the blood-red divine ancient scripture merged with the bright fiery light. Half of a flaming bird rushed out, but it looked like it had been cut in half by someone. Only half of its body remained. half a page of immortal text, half an immortal phoenix. Yifan held the seed in his hand and stared forward. His eyes released two streaks of tangible light that seemed to connect to the injured bird's body and seize its secrets. This was produced from Tao patterns, containing the secrets of undying. Now it resonated with the light released by the bird formed from symbols, and only then did it appear in the void. Who in this world could avoid death? Not even great ancient emperors could do this. Was this really a piece of immortal text? Yifan focused his mind and studied the Phoenix Tao patterns, wishing to seize the most fundamental secret. However, it was too difficult. The phoenix bird formed from half of the scripture was broken, half torn off. This type of damaged part wasn't connected at all, unable to form scripture meanings. Forcefully assembling it and continuously evolving it didn't work either. There was no way to produce scripture or great Tao. This made Yifan frown at his wits' end. Even though the seed in his hand merged with him, becoming even more intimate, it still couldn't produce something from nothing, couldn't create a Tao. It could only seize Tao traces that truly existed. Jiu. The little bird in midair swooped down, dancing about the phoenix blood gold. It was graceful and moving, but the temperature became even more terrifying. Yifan's expression changed, truly fearing that it would melt away the patterns on its surface. Chong! A metallic sound rang out. The immortal text released an even more beautiful light. It was scarlet red like blood, dyeing the entire fiery domain in a dreamlike radiance. It was mysterious and beautiful, a small segment of perfect Tao patterns. Yifan's eyes stared into midair. When the phoenix blood gold merged with the faint light, the damaged phoenix bird that was produced had a segment of iron chain-like patterns moving about. His eyes released divine radiance, hacking over like two sharp swords. They passed through the dazzling multicolored light and landed on that chain of order, carefully engraving it down. Swoosh! Fine fiery light jumped about. Yifan backed up, and then he stopped moving. His entire body seemed to have lost all life force as he sat down. His divine senses were pulled into a deathly still space, forcefully shut inside. There was only a single chain of order moving about, terrifying beyond compare. Is this the secret of long life? Yifan's mind became empty. He concentrated all of his attention on comprehending it, staring at the divine chain formed from Tao patterns. He didn't know the flow of time, completely immersed within. Unfortunately, how many things could this half of the Phoenix Blood Gold book record? Meanwhile, the perfect Tao laws it contained couldn't even be considered a corner of it. However, Yifan was still deeply moved. This was actually one of the 9 secrets, the swordsman character's secret. This was the so-called everlasting and undying technique. When he comprehended this chain of order, the other secrets began to operate on their own, resonating with each other, merging with the Tao together. What a pity! The damage is too severe. I could only obtain this type of chain of order from the broken Tao patterns, unable to obtain its essence. Despite this being the case, Yifan was still shaken. The swordsman character's secret could heal injuries, refine oneself into divine medicine, and even if one's primordial spirit was shattered, it could be regenerated even if there was only a single drop of blood left. It truly made him feel incomparably regretful. He couldn't obtain this type of almost undying secret. There was only a single divine chain, and there should be at least 9 complete ones. No wonder there was a rumor in ancient Ziwei star domain that if one obtained this ancient scripture, it would be hard to die even if they wanted to. It could repair the body, making it difficult for both the body and spirit to be destroyed. Of course, it wasn't immortality in the true sense. When one's lifespan dried up, even if one had this page of immortal text, it would still be useless, unable to prolong one's life. After an unknown amount of time, he finally retreated from the void and truly woke up. The half-page of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold book had long fallen to the ground, and the immortal flame had disappeared. This place was extremely quiet. Yifan picked up the page of scripture and slashed it on his shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out, but as soon as the swordsman character's secret was activated, the golden blood that flew out immediately flowed in reverse, and the wound healed in an instant. This made him feel even more regretful. If he could obtain the perfect swordsman character secret, then he would truly be heaven-defying. He would practically have an indestructible golden body, invulnerable to all tribulations. Soon after, he smiled again. As a person, one had to learn to be satisfied. Being able to obtain a divine chain of order was already not bad. He didn't fall here and even obtain something, so he should rejoice. And now, he had obtained this divine chain. It shouldn't be much weaker than Hua Yunfei's Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, right? His greatest asset was his longevity. Yi Fan put away the half-page of immortal text and then carefully sized up the Bodhi seed. His mind was completely clear, and he developed a strange feeling toward this seed. He had a feeling that something would happen because of it, and it would be unimaginably useful to him. I don't know what kind of unforeseen event happened today, but this Bodhi seed is making my heart palpitate, he muttered to himself. At the same time, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were in the midst of divination. Yi Fan had already left for a few days. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others from the heavenly village were afraid that something would happen to him, so they let the two spiritual children do the divination. Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers, and the sect is immortal. Uft! The two spiritual children opened their little mouths and coughed out a mouthful of spiritual blood. They immediately fainted, and after being shaken awake, they were at a loss and had forgotten what had just happened. What happened? Qi Luo and the monkey were both alarmed and ran over quickly. Immortal! Little K. Blinked her large eyes and said delicately while hugging the milk bottle. Don't let them do the divination. They are spiritual children and can mutually resolve disasters, but something like this still happened. It seems that it involves the heavenly secrets, the Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Yi Fan left the fiery domain and went all the way south. He arrived at Yen country, which was also the land where he first stepped into this world. Its central region was the forbidden ancient land. This time, he didn't want to take the risk to enter the forbidden area of life. Instead, he came to the small store where Uncle Jiang and little Tingting used to work. That was because Uncle Jiang said that he had come back once. An old neighbor told him that a beautiful girl named Lin Jia had come and asked about Yi Fan. Creak, creak, creak. After pushing open the dusty door, Yi Fan entered the store. Everything was the same as before, as if he had returned to the past. Suddenly, his eyes became sluggish. He saw a few words carved on the wall. They were written in characters from the other side of the starry sky, and they were very different from the ones in this world. Immortal Valley of Levitation. Yi Fan read out and then stood in silence for a long time. What did this mean? Did they want him to search for it? In the end, he turned around and directly crossed over to return to the northern region. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Everything had to wait until the curtains fell on this battle. Chapter 858. It was rare to see green mountains and clear waters in the northern region. The barren land was boundless, and the desert was bleak and cold. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a miserable scene. However, recently this barren land gradually became lively. More and more cultivators could be seen, especially in the various ancient cities. The inns were almost full, especially the oasis near Sunset Perch Plain. It was overcrowded, and many cultivators had no choice but to leave. The battle between the human race's divine physique and Yuan-Gu is not only the most influential clash of the younger generation, but also the first confrontation between the two great races. We have to watch. This wasn't just a single person saying this, but everyone was discussing it. They were all waiting anxiously because the date was approaching. It was about to begin. Almost all the cultivators in the vast 5 regions, all the races, all the cultivators moved upon hearing the news. It was unknown how many experts had arrived to watch this great battle. The impact of this battle was too great. It was like a meteorite falling from the heavens into the ocean, stirring up a great storm that swept through the entire ancient star. Could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. Everyone was quietly waiting for this battle to begin. The atmosphere in the northern region gradually became tense and suffocating. There were only 3 days left before the battle at Sunset Perch Plain would begin. Yifan had already returned. After pondering for a long time and comprehending all the techniques, he held the scepter in his hand and began to carefully study the ancient scroll of the Celestial Court. He and Qi Luo had worked together to complete the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Now all the profound mysteries were revealed and no longer incomplete. The killing scripture had returned to perfection. Yifan held the Book of Time in his hand. His mind was calm and peaceful as he silently pondered. The great killing technique was somewhat at odds with his Tao, but it couldn't be denied that it had its own unique points. Using killing to prove one's Tao was displayed to the fullest. How are the human world and hell? Have they made any moves recently? It had been too quiet during this period of time, and this gave him a sense of foreboding. If the two divine dynasties were to suddenly launch an attack during the battle against Yuangu, it would undoubtedly be devastating. The human world has encountered great trouble. Li Heishui laughed mischievously. The ancient godly dynasty had been targeted by the Silkworm Ridge. Last time they had lost a grand completion king, and now they had lost another giant. The 1,000 feet secular world had been destroyed. The news was undoubtedly shocking. This was an unimaginable loss. There was a boundless secular world in the human world. This divine dynasty was said to be 90,000 zhang in size, and it had a total of 9 small world palaces. Divine Silkworm Ridge's experts used the silk unwrapping cocoon secret technique to follow them all the way to this important place. A small world was shattered, not a single person able to escape. It's still that old silkworm, the protector of Taoist god Silkworm. He single-handedly split open the 3,000-meter red dust palace. The news will soon spread throughout the northern reaches. The heavenly village had a special channel, so they received the news at the first moment. The news hadn't spread outside yet, but they already knew about it. Sure enough, not long after, the northern region was in a state of chaos. Such a disturbance before the battle between the human race's sacred physique and Yuangu left everyone bewildered. Soon after, the divine Silkworm Ridge's matters were brought up again. This was the second great completion king-level expert they killed. Could he be considered the leader of this divine dynasty? They asked Yifan for the immortal divine medicine. Yifan replied, telling them to go to the divine city's Merak Stone Square to retrieve the source. The great completion king-level expert wasn't the leader of the human world. There was a saint-level killer? Everyone was astonished. It was as if a gust of autumn wind had swept past, making everyone tremble with fear. The old Taoist of divine Silkworm Ridge was silent, but he didn't want to give up because of this. Their 9 wonders immortal medicine had flown away, and now it had taken root in the ancient abyss. They wanted to use the Qilin medicine to make up for it. The restless northern region and restless people's hearts. A great battle was about to arrive, and a storm was brewing. Every wave made everyone's nerves tense up. Tell me the clues about the human world and hell. Yifan closed the Book of Time and looked at Qi Luo. What do you want to do? Qi Luo was astonished. I've comprehended a few wondrous techniques these past few days. I need to test them out and try them out, said Yifan. The heavenly village was a remnant of the former celestial court. They had grasped many clues about hell and the human world, but due to their limited strength, they had always endured and couldn't rise up. I'll go and clean up those branches and leaves. It doesn't affect the overall situation. Give me a list of those who can be killed. Yifan requested. That's true. You can go and experience the feeling of a life and death battle. Qi Luo nodded. At the same time, Yuangu was also on the move. He had passed through the 18 immemorial passes of the primitive lake in succession. This was a test set up by the primitive emperor's descendants, and he had passed it smoothly. Before the great battle begins, I need to make my blood boil. When the time comes, I'll destroy the human race's divine physique in one fell swoop. Yuangu also left the primitive lake on this day. On this day, the northern region was restless. Deaths occurred one after another. The number one of the living ghost race's younger generation was smashed to pieces with a single punch. The 2 heroes of the fallen winged race were beheaded, and the Blood Lightning Royal Race's young master was stomped to death. Yuan Gu attacked and killed everyone along the way. These people were all powerful and conceited. They had challenged his imperial dignity before, but now they were all killed in one strike. Not a single one was left alive. Within a barren mountain, blood rained down once again. Yuan Gu had killed the 13th expert. His entire being was filled with a demonic nature as blood splattered all over his body. He had thick black hair, a tall body, and a terrifying gaze. He gazed into the distance and muttered, "My battle blood is about to boil. The human race's divine physique. I'll wait for you." Yifan walked out of the heavenly village with a life and death book in hand. He searched according to what was written on it. Everywhere he passed, blood rained down. He killed people from both hell and the human world, setting off a violent wave. The great battle was about to begin. With such an impact, the northern region's atmosphere became more and more tense. No one knew that the two protagonists who were about to fight were taking action. Who are you? Within an ancient Taoist temple within a barren mountain, a few old assassins whose hands were stained with blood died with remaining grievances. They had nurtured many disciples, but now they had been uprooted. I am Yuan Shi. At this moment, Yifan had transformed into a young Taoist priest. He wielded his sword and went on a killing spree. Half a day later, within an ancient tomb, Yifan entered alone. He walked into the ground and once again started a massacre. Another secret area was chosen. Yifan used all sorts of wondrous techniques, turning this place into a world of blood. There were over 100 corpses lying on the ground. Dongfang Yi and Li Heishui, whom he had killed in hell and the human world, had nowhere to go. Pang Bo's whereabouts were unknown, and Lu Ko's head was separated from his body. Yifan's heart was filled with anger. He had been suppressing it for a long time, but it was already on the verge of boiling. In this battle, Yifan killed from the northern region to the central region. Could be described as a river of blood. The Killer God dynasty suffered heavy losses, and many secret locations were razed to the ground. This humble Taoist Yuan Shi represented death. With a life and death book in hand, he killed from the north to the south. The entire eastern wasteland was in chaos. A young man from the Killer God dynasty who specialized in killing ancient killers, a ruthless demon king, and a Taoist priest who spun the life and death wheel. His name was Yuan Shi, and he shocked the entire world. There was only one word difference between him and great Emperor Wuxia. This Taoist priest called Yuan Shi stirred up a storm on this day. He was like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere he passed, corpses were piled up, and it was difficult for anyone to survive. Little Yi is getting excited from killing. Don't be unable to hold back. Li Heishui was worried. Qi Luo said, "It's fine. This is a battle of life and death. Divine techniques and realms are not the final reliance." He has already realized this, so he read through the Celestial Court's book of killing. Today, he is looking for that kind of bloody instinct. Success or failure is very simple. It's only a matter of life and death. In the human world, the mortal world was bustling with people, accompanied by sorrow and joy, and there was no escape. The Killer God dynasty used this as a name, but it also represented a kind of concept. Once entangled with them, it was equivalent to the end of one's life. This ancient palace was said to be able to measure 90,000 feet of the mortal world. It was glorious for a time and overlooked the world. It was an immortal ancient watchtower built from the skulls of various kings. And within these 2 days, countless disciples and followers of the human world had died. This was a very big blow to them. A young Taoist priest called Yuan Shi had killed so many that they were unable to restrain their anger. In the end, Yifan stopped. Tomorrow was the day of the great battle with Yuan Gu, and he had also found that kind of feeling. At the same time, on a great mountain in the northern region, Yuan Gu stood bathed in blood. Even his hair was stuck together. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said to himself, "Human race's saint physique. I can't wait any longer." He was filled with the belief that he would win. The battle blood in his body was boiling, and his confidence was 100 times greater. His battle-intense sword, Killing a group of enemies gave him a kind of invincible aggressiveness, and he wanted to bathe in divine blood. There was only one more day before the great battle would begin. The winds and clouds of the world gathered in the northern region. Many people were waiting and silently counting down. The divine city was the center of the northern region. Now it was even more noisy. Too many people had come and too many experts had come. Many people were placing their bets in this gambling city. They had already begun to bet on who would win. Today, all the large stone squares were deserted. No one was gambling on stones, and everyone was engaged in the battle between the human races Saint Physique and Yuan Gu. Regardless of whether it was the tea houses or the inns, they were all overcrowded. In addition, formation platforms had already been carved one after another. Early the next morning, countless cultivators would cross the void and head towards Sunset Perch Plain. Without a doubt, this kind of gambling had also caused many discussions and arguments. There were even many bloody incidents. What is the human race's Saint Physique? How can it be compared to the archaic emperor's bloodline? This time he will die without a doubt. The person who could say such words was naturally an ancient cultivator. Some human cultivators refuted and said, Yuan Gu is no good. This time he will definitely lose. The human race's Saint Physique has even broken the curse. Unless the young great emperor is revived, no one in the same generation can contend against him. How can the archaic emperor compare to the archaic emperor? As their descendant, I believe that Yuan Gu can split the human race's imperial prince in half, let alone a Saint Physique. This was a huge quarrel, and it was the same everywhere in the northern region. Many bloody incidents had occurred. The battle between Yi Fan and Yuan Gu had already escalated to a question of who was stronger between the archaic emperor and the archaic emperor. In the noisy northern region, the people were restless. The atmosphere before the great battle was extremely tense. This battle had far-reaching effects and involved many people. It would most likely be recorded in the history books. The imperial technique is world-shocking. It will definitely suppress the human race's mysterious techniques and kill the Saint Physique. The archaic emperor died early, but the great emperor of the human race might still be alive. It has long been clear who is stronger. This was no longer a duel between two people. The various powers behind them were also involved. Everyone was discussing and many people were quarreling. Which was stronger between the human race's Saint Physique and the archaic emperor's bloodline? The ultimate secret technique of the archaic emperor and the ultimate mysterious technique of the archaic emperor were going to compete this time. In this ultimate confrontation, who was stronger?